partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda. Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
Niger.
I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely admired as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Nigeria, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to the Wednesday edition of SOUQ Business Landscape, where we unpack the week's biggest stories shaping Africa's economy and global market. I am Olumide Shokoya. I like to say one for all for one. We are the Three Musketeers. From my left is Chief John Rogers. Good morning, Chief John Rogers.
Good morning, Olumide. Good morning for everyone out there, and welcome to SBL. Promises to be nice.
And on my right, I have Mokhtar and me. So glad to have you, looking sharp as usual.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Olumide. Good to see you, Mr. Chooks.
You're welcome.
Good morning, viewers.
All right, we have a whole lot on our plate this morning. We'll start off with digital skills as lawmakers push for stricter financial accountability. The government is also betting on human capital through digital skills. From digital skills, we move to cash economy. But how digital is Nigeria really when most money is still held outside the banking system? In a stock market rally, despite cash dominance, investor confidence in the capital market is telling a different story. While stock climb, domestic airlines are struggling to stay airborne. From aviation to poverty outlook. Now, these pressures feed into a bigger concern: rising poverty and weak household incomes. Now, in the power sector, for many Nigerians, electricity costs and outages remain a daily economic burden. I can tell you for myself. Finally, beyond our borders, a major oil agreement could shift global supply dynamics with implications for energy prices everywhere. These are some of the stories we will be discussing on SOUQ Business Landscape. Don't forget to drop your comments, like, and share on our YouTube page at SOUQ News TV. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at
getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff.
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. Let's start off with the first story. The House of Representatives has proposed a constitutional amendment that would block budgetary allocations to government agencies, corporations, and commissions that fail to submit their audited financial statement to the Office of the Auditor General of the Federation. Now, the measure aims to enhance fiscal discipline and ensure compliance with accountability requirements that many ministries, departments, and agencies, MDAs, have historically disregarded. Lawmakers said the change is necessary to address persistent transparency gaps. For years, non-submission of audited reports has undermined the Auditor General's office and weakened the National Assembly's ability to review public spending. The proposed amendment would empower Parliament to enforce sanctions more effectively. Jokes, I don't mean to start off shaking tables. For a while now, we've been talking about having an Auditor General.
We have one.
We've also been talking about how to audit different ministries. I mean, if we had audited NNPC for a while now, we would have gotten together. But what do you think about this? Is this a good move? Do you foresee any resistance from MDAs? And would this actually close that transparency gap that is being highlighted here?
Okay. This takes us back to years of doing things anyhow. Anyhowness, that's what I would call it. What the House of Rep is calling for is what is there already. It's there, but we have just refused to do it. We have just refused to live by the norm of the civil service, the tenets of what we should do. By law, it's expected that at the end of every single year, there should be an audit of all ministries, parastatals, government agencies. Every single one of them should submit their, because all of them have auditors within their own ministries, agencies. Then they submit to the Auditor General of the Federation, which is also an arm of the government. And he now circulates, goes through, then also now feeds back the National Assembly. But over time, this has not been done. We've not been doing it. The last time we spoke about this, we got to know that as sitting on the National Assembly's desk right now are reports of well over 4, 5, 6 years of budgets that have not, we have not gone through them. Then why won't NNPC underperform? Why won't ministries not be able to account for things? Because nobody's really looking at the books. Nobody's holding people accountable in the first place. You have to find issues to hold somebody accountable, to hold the person accountable. So if the person has not even submitted his open books to tell you, okay, this is what we did, this is what we did, this is what we spent, this is what we didn't spend. So how will you hold the person accountable? Nobody's holding anybody accountable. So we should get to that particular point where accountability becomes a norm. And people are told, if you can't do this job, get out. It's not like we pampering ourselves and saying use the human face of the law. No. If they can't do the job, they should ship out, let somebody else do it. But we can't have ministries and government agencies that are not audited. Even before we talk about yearly, quarterly. Then yearly we'll round up, we'll move to the next budget year or next budget cycle. This, I think, should have started like years ago, not just now. But we should get serious with it and get it done.
Coming to you, Maktola, I mean, what do you think woke the National Assembly up to this new? I mean, SOUQ said it's already there, so why haven't we been categorically obeying the law?
Anytime it's money, it's good money. So, like Mr. SOUQ said, it's something that goes without saying. You can't give people public fund and not expect accountability. It goes without saying. Even a 2-year-old should know that. And it begs for so many questions. How do the National Assembly come up with their budget analysis if there are no audits? How do you come up with budget performance if there are no audits? So it begs for so many questions, and then you wonder, what are they really doing? Because the major function of the National Assembly is oversight. So how are you oversighting people that you don't have audited reports of the money being given to them? So we are happy we are here now. I hope they do well to pass this law as quickly as possible, even though I believe strongly that it's there and it's a normal responsibility of any public servants that is saddled with the role of responsibility. You give them funds for certain things, they have to report back to say, okay, this is what it has done. And every year, they give us budget performance analysis. And I'm wondering, how do you come up with these numbers? Do you just look at us and just throw numbers to us to say, oh, the budget of 2025 performed 35%. What are the yardstick? How do you come up if you don't have audited reports? So this is something that is very, very important, very, very foundation to even budget allocation. And that is why we have a lot of job for the EFCC. Because if EFCC should be looking for things within the fine line, not, you know, doing a whole audit. That is why they have so many cases littered all over the places. So it goes without saying, every MDA, ministry, agency should, at the end of the year or beginning of the year, submit their audited reports. And if there's any discrepancy, we get an external auditor to look through the books. I feel like that should be standard.
Yes, that's where I wanted to go. Do you think it should be more of an independent audit company or auditor? Because that would, you know, there will be nobody who will strong arm the person or the agency. Do you think it's better we give it to an independent audit company, or better still, it's being audited by the federal government? Would there be any difference in that?
Even external auditors can be
manipulated.
Based on my experience as a Nigerian, I'm a trained accountant and I practice briefly after school. So I know even external auditors can be manipulated. But what I can say is that if you audit yourself internally and you submit
You could cover up something if you audit yourself.
Yeah, but if the Auditor General Office will see it, and then if there is a red flag, then you get an external person to have a second look. That's how it works. But normally, you know, the global best practice, everybody submit their audited reports. And then it's at the point where you find a red flag, some things are not adding up, that you get somebody else to have a second look.
Yeah. Now, also, I'd like to ask, are we truly operate, for us to be able to audit and audit thoroughly, we need to have gone to from some level of e-governance. Do you think that this is a time now to really upgrade our systems? I mean, how many ministries have computers? How many ministries are even storing data in iCloud, not just in the computer? I mean, we live in a world whereby you hear a part of a ministry was burnt. We can all remember that story. A particular ministry got burnt, this got burnt, and, you know, files were, you know, misplaced. Do you think this is the time now to make sure we close all that gap?
On the federal level and the state level, I'll say that we are digital as a country.
All ministries?
Yes.
Departments and agencies?
Yes. At the federal level.
At the federal level?
They are digital.
They are digital.
They are digital.
Good.
So only few governors still carry file, even though their state is digital. But I would like to say, if there's any state that is not digital in Nigeria, maybe one or two. But mostly, they are all digital. The local government are still the people in the dark age, and they've not really been doing anything, to be sincere, except for the new autonomy law of the president. They've not really been doing anything. They've just been there taking their salary. The state governors have been educating their budgets. So now we want to see them go digital, but that cannot be done without them being live, because right now about 60% of Nigerian local governments don't have
Do they even have a website?
They don't have internet. To start, we had this conversation on this table. They don't even have internet. So, and I remember Mr. SOUQ suggesting that they get somebody in the capital city to handle their digital. I don't see how that will work. They send file every day to the capital city to go online. So, yeah, we need to be digital, but we need a lot of investment to be able to do that.
Coming to you, SOUQ, do you think this would help us get to that fiscal discipline we've all been clamoring for, and maybe operate a leaner government, reduce overhead spending, wasteful spending would be, you know, removed completely?
The spending, the waste, and the corruption is not done by machine; it's done by human beings.
Okay.
So even if we go digital tomorrow, 100%, or use technology to replace where humans have interfaced, the corrupt people and the corrupt minds, the corrupt tendencies, and the system that we have embraced over a long time is still going to be there. We just need to get rid of some people. That's for sure. We need to be able to checkmate and say, okay, good and fine. Put policies and laws in place and not just putting them there. Make sure that they are implemented and followed through. So there should be consequences for things. If you are in charge of a particular government, ministry, department, or agency, and you are not performing, it's not a political settlement. So let's get to that particular point whereby if you're not performing, you go. Let someone else try. So that way, we'll not look at that and say, okay, it's a 2 year set.
Sorry to cut you short. You know you cannot remove politics from governance.
Yes, but you can the same way you cannot remove performance from failure. There are 2 ways.
So how do we get rid of the bad eggs?
If a person is not performing, let another person try. They gave you a list of whoever sponsored you or whoever is supporters. They gave you a long list. So if that first person on the list A is not trying, thank you. Next person on the list. We know it's politics, but choose the best heads. We have a government where it's the civil service that drives what's happening.
True. Yes.
So the politicians will come and now, hey, this is where I want to go. Then the machinery that drives it is the civil service, and they have to function. They have to work well. So we have to get to a place where accountability is key. We can't be looking at a budget of 54-point-something trillion, and at the end of the day, we can only account for how well 30% is spent. And we'll still now look for how to budget for the next day, the next election, or the next budget cycle. Let's get to that particular point where every single ministry, agency can say, okay, good and fine, this is how much we're giving, this is our project, we're able to achieve this, we're not able to achieve this, this is what we have left, this is what we didn't get.
Talking about that, this is what we have left and this is what we... In a situation whereby, we've heard about contractors not being paid. Do you think this will take care of it, and what should be done in order to make sure that these contractors, when they complete project, that is, if they complete the project, they are actually paid in full?
Now, this takes us back to that same issue of politics. A lot of state governments and those in federal government, they start contracts not having the money, which should not be in the first place. If we are getting into any infrastructure development, no matter what the project is, you should say, okay, we don't have the money now, but this is the plan of how to get the money. This is the initial money we have that we can give you upfront. Then over this time, we are looking at getting this money, be there for federal government or from this particular revenue, but it is in the budget. Let us not start contracts that we did not budget for in the year. Or try to say to somebody, okay, good and fine, no one will construct one road from Aba to Benin Kebbi because of APC or because of PDP or ADC that came and supported us. No.
This contract
is not in the budget initially and budgeted for. Don't do it. We see that happening a whole lot. So every single contract, infrastructure that was added in the year's budget, and we are looking forward to getting monies for that particular budget.
Yes.
Good and fine. Now, if we can't get those particular monies and those contracts have been started, we can now continue and move it to the next year, but not start new ones.
Okay.
That way we finish whatever infrastructure project that we are on before we embark on the next one. And don't owe contractors. And if anybody says, okay, I will do it, then the person should go and source it for himself.
Coming to you, Mokhtar, finally, what do you think should be done to some of these ministries that owe contractors, and what do you think should be the proper sanction if a budget is being released or an amount is being allocated to a ministry and it was not utilized?
So there are so many reasons why budget might not be utilized. If, for example, if you pay contractors based on job done and the contractor is unnecessarily slow, then there will be carryover in the money.
Okay.
Because, so there is that. So any money that is not used should be carried forward to the next budget and be accounted for. It will show in your audited report, it will show that, okay, we didn't spend this money and it's in the account, and it can be verified. And I lost you for the second question. What do you think is the proper sanction? Or contractors being owed, how do we... when contractors being owed, we need to empower our judiciary. All of these things has been provided for in our laws. We just need the laws to, be fully implemented and work for us as a people. So contractors can go to the court to seek redress. So however the court wants to redress it is based on what the Constitution provides and the judge that is hearing the cases. But we have laws and everybody can be protected, and almost all scenarios are provided for in our laws. We have just decided not to use our laws as well as it should be. So I would say give more power to the judiciary, and the judge will decide according to the provision of the Constitution.
All right.
We also have this particular issue that has bedeviled us for as long as I can ever remember. We start this particular budget year, let's say 2026, and our budget is 58.something trillion. Then we don't release the capital funds to the ministries or the department or the agencies until August.
Mid-year or thereabouts.
Then when we now release the money, what happened to all the entire projects or capital or major projects they wanted to do all year round? So what did that do is that they now start looking for how to spend what they can't spend. Then what they can't spend, and we don't even give them the monies that they ask for. It's just more of envelope disbursement.
I would like to even add that we just got to the era where we are doing a January to December budget. In previous years, we don't even pass budget until like first quarter. So I believe that baby steps, we are growing.
Even this budget would start April.
So. Well, that's the good thing was that they specifically said it. We are going to try and deal with last year's
budget
spending. By April, we will start seeing the spending from this. At least they were specific.
That's the plan.
Yes.
That's the plan.
All right, so let's move on to the next story. The federal government has launched a bold initiative to train at least 100 million Nigerians in digital literacy as part of efforts to strengthen human capital and accelerate the country's digital transformation agenda. Now, the program will be implemented in partnership with Clergy Wealth Cooperative Society. It's a humanitarian empowerment-focused organization. It aims to equip citizens with essential skills needed for evolving global economy. Announcing the initiative, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, that's Senator George Akume, inaugurated the Joint Implementation Committee for National Conference on Digital Literacy and introduced the Clergy Wealth Digital Skill Initiative. Well, this is quite a good one. I've always advocated for digital literacy, especially in ministries, local governments, because we still have a lot of them who are a bit resistant, let me put it that way. Not that they are not educated, but a bit resistant to digital skills. Do you think this is a good initiative?
There is no initiative that has to do with skill acquisition that is not good. The only snag here is at what level is this implementation going to happen?
100 million Nigerians, would it go round?
100 million Nigerians. Nana asked you the question, how are you going to train 100 million Nigerians? It's always nice we are very specific. I think I really want to see that number again. Did they say 100 million Nigerians?
Yes, it says
100 million Nigerians.
Yes.
So how are they going to do that? Are you training them via internet classes?
How many of them have internet access?
Are you training them via... So now, I don't want to attack Akume. I don't want to say anything about... Now, let's break this down. If that particular story of training 100 million Nigerians, I want to say that is a political statement. So they should desist from this kind of...
They said at least, so it could be more.
At least 100 million Nigerians.
Yes.
Okay, if we go by census and what they've given us as a population, we are about approximately 250 million Nigerians.
Yes.
We have not been able to provide soccer to 50 million Nigerians.
10 million Nigerians.
Okay. Now, we're not able to provide palliative to 50 million Nigerians. Now we want to train 100 million Nigerians. So the question I'll ask again, through what platform? How are you going to reach 100 million Nigerians when it comes to training? So you're telling me that you are going to train approximately 40% of Nigerians digital literacy.
Set up workshops?
Digital workshops where? Workshops.
Across the state?
Let's be specific. No, these are one of these political statements that people make to, I don't know who they want to impress. That is one. And I don't know, I hope this is not in the budget. I hope so, because I'm going to look for it. I just hope this is not in the budget. So we should be specific. The organization I just mentioned there, kudos to you. If you tell me if Akojai local government is training 10,000 youths, I will say Akojai local government, thank you very much. You can find you where you are. You have town halls, you have market, you can have schools where you can send people to train, or you have a digital platform you can tell them go. But you are telling me you are training 100 million Nigerians in what? To do what? On what skill? We need to be specific right now. We've gone beyond the time of political campaign of I'll build road for you, I'll put AC on your highways. This is just what it sounds like.
Coming to you, Mokhtar, what digital, or what job skills basically would these unlock?
There are so many. The digital economy is a very, very huge economy, and there are so many jobs there lying around globally. Like Mr. Chuk said, this sounds very vague, like a political statement. And I'd like to point out that about 10 years ago, the governor of Osun State at the time, Ogbeni Aregbesola, started the digital literacy into the curriculum in Osun State, where he was giving primary school kids
a laptop?
Tablets.
Tablets.
Tablets with the state's educational curriculum and everything translated into Yoruba and English, and fully the
How successful was the program?
It was a very, very successful program, but the government that came out, it was heavily criticized because we all know how much a average tablet costs. In Nigeria of today, is about average of 100,000.
Or more.
So you can see how big bogus is going to look in the budget. And for a country like ours, where a lot of people are still illiterate, and everybody scream, we are hungry, why are you buying tablets for kids? A lot of people did not understand the policy, but throughout his time in office, he continued the policy, which was a very, very good one. Even though some parents and teachers allegedly were selling some of these tablets to other people, but it's a very, very good policy. Because even in the advanced country, kids as young as 3-4 years old, they give them laptops, they give them tablets. Like you have a laptop, you have a tablet to learn. And that is, you can tell why they are tech savvy, and all the greatest tech inventions come from that part of the world. And I feel like if federal government wants to really do this, we don't need to go through this very beautiful headline. I think we should just incorporate
into the schools,
tech into the schools from primary level. Every school should have internet service that is subscribed for by the government, and everybody should have, at least every school should have like a computer lab where there's at least 10 computers. In 2025 up to now, there are still so many places where students are taught computer by drawing on the blackboard to say this is what a keyboard looks like. There are so many Nigerian kids that have never seen a computer. So the federal government cannot be coming to talk about training people in the digital economy if they have not really fully implemented this computer and digital literacy into our curriculum. So it goes beyond saying that's what we should be doing. JAMB is now taken by CBT, which is by computer. So how do you expect people to come all the way from primary, secondary to now write their exam by CBT when people in the villages don't even know what a keyboard looks like, except for what their teacher drew you on the blackboard, depending on how good his drawing is. Now, the digital economy is very, very big, and it's something that we need to tap into. And in North America, Canada, and the US, they are outsourcing a lot of their jobs to Asia now. Philippines, Bangladesh, Indians. These are web designing jobs, IT, customer service, etc. And it saves them up to 70% compared to when they hire somebody from the US. And beyond that, so many countries, especially in Europe, Dubai in the Middle East, now have a special visa called the Nomad Visa, where even people in the digital professionals from even America and Canada that wants to run for huge tax can come into Dubai, for example, to not pay tax. All you need to do is just pay your rent and your health insurance, and you can live in Dubai for 2 years, renewable. So they are gaining from that digital economy. So if government wants to do this, you can't just say you want to train 100 people. So when 100 million people, when you train the 100 million people, let's say you're able to do it.
Yes.
How strong is the broadband across the country for them to be able to access this job. A lot of people will lose their job even if they get the digital job because of fluctuating internet. A lot of people will lose their job in 1 week. That is one. What about power? You need power to be able to do these jobs. What about the policies? So is our policies robust enough that when my employer from America starts sending me dollars, EFCC will not come and arrest me and call me Yahoo boy? Do we have broad policies? Do our agencies understand this? So is a 3, if we want to tap into the digital global economy, is very, very beautiful. But it's a whole 360-degree thing. So not just you train people, you build the infrastructure, which is internet and power, then you build the policies that will attract, that will even give confidence to the people that wants to employ Nigeria. A lot of Nigerian people will tell you that they've lost so many jobs from just applying and there's Nigeria on their resume or their CV, and they just say no. So the government needs to give these employers confidence to say, okay, when you employ, we know there are a few bad eggs among us,
yes,
but is the system prepared to help these people track people down here? Do we have collaborating effort and policies to help this? So it's a 360-degree. So the government cannot just throw us a bone to just say, okay, go and eat this bone, we'll come back again to throw us. And I like to add again, about 18 months ago, the Minister for Youth Development started something like this to train youths across the country. We've not seen the people that were trained up till now. Money was allocated. He was moving around the country, and he went on national TV to say he's going to train youth in both this digital economy and even skill acquisition. So we've not seen the end of it. I believe 18 months is enough time to train
Definitely.
people. And to train people, we don't really need classroom and all. If it's digital economy, it can be done remotely. So training 100 million people is possible with their phone, with their computer, with their laptop. But then again, we need power
and internet access.
And internet.
All right, so let's move on to the next story. Nigeria's economy remained heavily cash dependent in 2025, with majority of physical currency circulating outside the formal banking sector. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has revealed, and according to CBN's latest money and credit statistics, currency outside banks stood at 4.91 trillion naira in November 2025, out of a total of 5.26 trillion naira in circulation. Now, this means that 93.35% of all cash in the economy was held outside the banking system, a development that analysts say poses challenges for monetary policy effectiveness, financial inclusion, and anti-corruption efforts. Jokes, this is no news, but how do we get out of this? Too much money in circulation, not even in the bank anymore. And we all know, like you always say, it's not really circulating. It's not spreading to everybody. It's like it's situated with a particular elite kind of sector.
93.35% of monies in circulation are outside the banking system. 4.91 trillion outside the banking system. And I can also try and make a prediction that of this 4.91 trillion, well over 70% are in the hands of people that are not using them. People that are not using them to do business.
Where are they storing them? In tanks?
They are stored in vaults somewhere, in some houses somewhere, just waiting for the next election. Now let's get to tell. This is where it's not the CBN that should always do this. What are the banks doing?
Are they complacent?
Yes. Now, the bank should be able to convince me to open an account. The bank should make it easy for me to open an account. The bank should make it very, very interesting for me to open an account. If we go to the markets, a lot of the village markets, people still deal in cash. A whole lot of transaction happen in cash. So I will now ask the question. I have not seen a major bank in any of these weekly or daily markets that people trade in billions in villages. You see trucks come to load palm oil in Akwa Ibom, in Aba, not Aba is a city, in a lot of these villages surrounding this. You see trucks coming to load, what's it called? Cashew nuts, locust bean, and they deal in cash. You see trucks coming to load cow, and they deal in cash. The question we should now start asking ourselves, what are the banks doing?
Or what incentives?
Yes, what are the banks doing? Because the banks should be in these locations. These are the major locations where a lot of cash that is exchanging happens. Not those particular ones that you can't track that are in people's houses or in votes somewhere. Okay, now leave those ones. What about these ones that are happening in this market on a daily basis? Because the person that you are transacting with, he doesn't trust you enough, or he doesn't know enough. These are two things: trust in knowledge and trust in the customer or the buyer. So how has the banks been able to break this particular trust issue? They are comfortable collecting monies from state governors or local governors or from FAC allocations and storing and looking for who to give the money to. But they can also go out there and play in small and big businesses in the market. But because they are not doing that, that is why we are having these issues. And we've had central bank governors for a while, for a long time, that came out of the commercial banks. So it's going to keep repeating itself. The banks should be taxed with being able to function in all these markets, not POS operators, the banks.
Coming to you, Mukhtar, Chooks made a very valuable disposition here. But another question I would like to ask is, if for instance, I keep 5,000 or 10,000 naira in my bank account, in a particular bank account, I can assure you by the year end, I probably might not meet anything there. It's part of the reason why some people prefer to keep money in other places, because these deductions, so many deductions that come from text message, this, stamp duty, this, that, card maintenance. A particular bank deducted money from my account for card maintenance, and my card has expired. I mean, I was quite shocked. These are some of the things that happen. So what are the things, what are the incentives? How can the banks, go closer? I also remember when I was in the banking sector, I used to go to the market. I help people collect money, traders. I collect money for them and, deposit it in the bank. Do you think that kind of initiative should be revived?
Yeah, those kind of initiatives can help, but I believe a significant part of the cash in circulation, like Mr. Chuk said, are in the rural areas. And there are so many things that is involved. The number one is security. In my own village, Okeode, Ifelodun local government, around 15 years ago, there was a UBA branch there. And thieves will come, they'll take all the money. They did that like 3-4 times, and they shut that particular branch because there's no security. The bank does not have the power to employ armed security. They can only get the regular security.
The financial institution?
Yes, you cannot employ armed security. It's only police. If police is assigned to you, you cannot employ your own security and give him guns.
Private security?
In Nigeria, there's no legislator that allow any private security to bear guns.
Okay.
Except for now, where we have vigilantes and the state government are finding a way to arm them, like Amotekun and what have you. But as it is in Nigeria, you cannot have a private security and give them guns. Our constitution does not support that. So a lot of the banks in the rural areas were targets for thieves, and so many of those branches have been shut. And now, if the banks wants to go there, banking is now largely digital. There is no internet access. So even if I want to go to Biningwari in Kaduna, where there are a lot of beans farmers, one farmer make billions in a good season, one farmer, and you have so many of them. And so there's so much money. So as a bank, if I want to go there, so beyond just insecurity, kidnappers and all of this, what about internet? How do we communicate to that branch? So it's a whole lot of things that need to be put in place, and at the end of the day, the bus stops on the table of the government.
No, what about you've answered your question by bringing up the problem. Okay, let's say in that same Biningwari, let's give an example. Tony Lumelu and UBA decides to say, okay, Biningwari is our point of target this season. And it takes Biningwari and sends 50 employees that are not doing anything in those banking halls that are currently empty right now?
They might be kidnapped. A lot of people will resign.
Hold on. Now, this is what is happening. For every banking hall, there are security people. For every bank, for every major banking hall, there are armed security people. Yes? No.
Yes, but what I'm saying, hold on, I'm getting somewhere. In my own village.
I'm talking about your village now.
Yeah, all the police were only 8 policemen. Okay. And the village is about 20,000 people.
Okay.
Thieves will come, they will...
What about police stations and commands?
It's only one police station, and the police station does not serve only that 20,000 people village. The small hamlets, like 200, 500 people, they depend on that police station.
I agree with you. Apart from your village, even in my own locality too, there used to be a Union Bank that came courtesy of the then CBN governor. The Union Bank came there, and after several robberies, the Union Bank closed down. Now, see a solution, and it's not long term. Imagine if we withdraw 5, 10, 15 staff from major branches with security, because they have security there. Banking halls are not as lucrative as they been before. And they go to a particular market, let's say the oil market in my village, which everybody comes to buy around the country, and you see trucks moving. If they spend at most 2 months there, the confidence has grown in the market. You don't need to continue spending that time.
What about the security of the banking officials?
For that 2 months, they come there with security every day. They are not carrying cash. They are just trying to make sure that, okay, you are buying, you are transacting with this person. They speak to you, they speak to you. They help you get that thing done. By the time they do it twice, the confidence will grow. You will not need them to do it again. You will believe that the person that's coming to buy and the bank has gotten your money. By the time they do it 2, 3, 4 times. Let's say they get that done for 3 consecutive months across the market. The confidence in that market will grow to deal digitally. So we see people dealing digitally. The next issue we're having is that of connectivity. Yes. Internet availability. So now how can they also do that? The banks can do it. We've seen villages that on their own, they set up a receiver marks around markets. I've seen that several times.
But the banks are in the money-making business. They cannot maintain a mask just for one branch.
Not the big mask. Not the big mask. Just a receiver within the market. They have receivers in their banks. All banks have
how do we stop the armed robbery he was talking of?
The armed robber is coming to the bank. There is the market. There is no money to take.
Kidnappers.
Kidnap the bank security people. The bank people are coming. Whoever is coming with his own security.
Okay.
And it's not going to stay there for a long time. Once this knowledge and this trust has been gained, they don't need to be there. The people in the village, as long as they have connectivity, they will deal.
Okay, so other problems that we have is fraud resolution. When it comes to fraud resolution in this part of the world, it is very, very poor. It's almost harmless. Still in December, somebody hacked into one of my uncle's WhatsApp, requested for money, and he said, oh, pay to this account, and I did. It wasn't a lot of money, but I could not even pursue it because I know that the bank will not be able to do anything. And there is a bank account, there is a number, there is a full name that can be traced, and the bank is domiciled here. But a lot of Nigerians will just give up because the bank will not do anything. But in an advanced country, no. That you will get your money back. The person will probably be in jail because that's impersonation. That's getting money under false pretense. You know, so there's that too. And you know, most of these rural bankers, they are not well educated. So they are most likely to fall into fraud and scams here and there. And if the bank does not have a solid way to protect them, they won't be encouraged to bank with them. Then, thirdly, the interest rates and access to loan is very, very important. Now, on the local level, a lot of people are doing cooperative. Cooperative are giving loans at 1%.
1%?
In 2026, at 1%. 1%.
Some are not even taking any interest.
And at that 1% is reducing. It's not from the total loan. So meaning if you take 1 million, the first month you pay your 1%. When you now pay 200,000, when you are paying the next interest, you are paying on 800, not the entire 1 million. That's how it reduces till you pay it off. 1%, and without collateral. So if you join the cooperative, they tell you how much can you be saving every month. You tell them. Then they tell you after 6 months of consistent depositing, will borrow you times 3 of how much you have. So meaning, if you start giving them 50,000 every month, after 6 months, you have 300,000. Then they give you times 3. They borrow you 900,000 at 1%. So why should you take your 50,000 to bank when you know that they'll be charging you for card maintenance? Eventually, you'll be left with 40,000 naira. So those are the loopholes, and that is, like he said, the banks are just looking for the big fishes. But this small money, we need to find a way to bring them into the fold. The microfinance bank, the Money Point, the OPay, they have been able to bank a lot of people. They have been able to bring a lot of people into the banking sector with their POS, with their, but there are still a lot of people that can be bring into fold. Or the government the CBN can find a way to incorporate these cooperative societies and, harmonize them into the banking sector.
So, the way forward, how do we achieve a cashless society? Because, that's what the story is heading for, a cashless society. And we know we are Nigerians. We like Owambe, especially parties, weddings. We see how much cash is being displayed.
That is just for show. At the end of the day, a lot of those cash we see in those parties end up going back to the bank.
Okay.
That is not our issue. Those monies spread in parties are not our issue. Our issues are those monies in houses, under the mattress, and in village markets.
An election is next year.
And thank you very much. So
And I like to add that. On some months in 2025, Nigeria actually processed more digital payment than America.
Wow.
On some, not all the months, but few months we process more digital payment than America.
So it still boils down to literacy and trust. Literacy and trust. So once we're able to get the percentage of this high, we'll see ourselves heading closer and closer to better achievement in the cashless drive.
All right, it's been a whole lot here on SOUQ Business Landscape. Keep liking, keep sharing, comment, drop all your comments. We will take your comments. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue. Please stay tuned.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Literacy said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News. My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Think Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Minister said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape, where we get to talk business, economy, and development. I told you earlier on, keep liking, drop your comments, and share. Let's take some comments from our YouTube page. We have this one from at Igbuamaka. He says, it's high time we normalize accountability and transparency in our various institutions. Toby Gold says, transparency has always been an issue in Nigeria. The bottlenecks are based on poor data management and a reluctant approach to development. Moving forward, we have this one, Woko Grace saying, digital initiative and any kind of skill project is always a welcome development. We move on. It says, Love Praise says, shaking my head. Federal government to train 100 million Nigerians. Federal government with their promises, yet nothing else. We have this one. He says, do we have gadgets needed to train 100 million Nigerians? Very good question. And what about farmers in remote villages? How can we reach them? We have another one. It says, we have this one from Critics Media. It says, training is not an issue because the minds behind the scheme benefit more. The question is, training, after training, what next? The training goes back to status quo. Toby Gold says, accountability creates trust issues. Dr. Idausa replied, Chooks, saying, Chooks, the cost of running a bank branch cannot be recovered in the rural area. Chooks, that's to you. Toby replied, Dr. Idausa, saying, I don't believe in impossibilities. While I understand the running cost of a bank is high, there is a way around this, and with consistency and diligence, it can work. Dr. Idausa goes on saying that there is no cashless society anywhere in the world. People will retain cash. We have significantly made progress on financial institutions. And Toby replies saying, yes, doctor, I agree. There's no cashless country out there. We'll take some more comments later on. Let's move on with the next topic.
Can I make a suggestion?
Go ahead, please.
Now, you say there's no cashless society. Now, we're not asking for completely cashless society. We are looking at our peculiar situation. 93.3% of the cash in circulation is not in the banking system. this is a disaster. This is a major, major disaster, which means just about 6.6% of monies in circulation is in the bank, is in the hands of the banks, which is not good for business at all. Not just business for the banks, but business for even the people doing business. It's not good. This is the reason why we are having a whole lot of crime rate. If the criminal knows that he can't get money in your house, he won't call you. If he knows that there is no money to get in the market, he won't go there. If the politician knows that there is no cash to spray around in 2027,
let's not go there. All right, so let's move on to the next story. The Nigerian exchange extended its strong start to 2026 on Tuesday, with continued buying interest across major stocks, driving total market capitalization higher by 468 billion naira. The advance further solidifies the market's historic position above the 100 trillion naira threshold. Now, by the end of trading, the equities market capitalization climbed to 102.28 trillion naira from the previous session's 101.81 trillion naira, marking a 0.46% single-day gain. The rise reflects renewed investor confidence and sustained bullish momentum as market participants respond positively to improving macroeconomic indicators and ongoing banking capitalization drive. We spoke about this yesterday, and now to see the buying interest increasing, better days ahead?
Better days ahead. People are watching us, people are taking notes, and people are getting into that particular business. The thing is this: we need more people, not just companies listing. We need more people to get into the capital market. We need more people to get into NGS. Then we need more companies to list. That way we see governance structures becoming better, because then we will open up their books and things will be run more effectively. Our capitalization, yes, we've hit over 100 trillion for the first time. That was 2 days ago. But we still, compared to, like the comparison we did yesterday, compared to other countries where we want to go to, we are still trailing behind. But yes, it's positive. But we want to be able to do 10 trillion. We want to be able to do, I know the US is doing 44 trillion, and New York Stock Exchange, China is doing over 130 trillion. But yes, we're not trying to compete with them, but at least let's get to that point where the capital markets can float any company in this country. Where you might not need to go look for China to borrow 1 billion. You can just walk into the capital market, and if they see that your project is viable, they can be able to give you $50 billion. Let's get there.
But coming to you, Mukhtar, I suggested yesterday that one of the easiest ways to bring, especially the informal sector, into this capital market is through their financial institutions. I mean, if my bank sends a text message to all its customers that, okay, you can buy so amount, I mean, as low as 5,000, 10,000, if each of their customers, let's say maybe 30 or 20% of their customers buy into their stock, it will get to something. What's your thought on this?
I think they did that last year. I believe GTB and Access Bank, they did that. They sent text messages to all their customers
to come buy their shares.
To come buy their shares, and they even erected billboard. And to be fair, both shares are good shares to buy. They did very well in 2025. So people that bought it, I'm sure they made a good decision. We just need more financial literacy, and people just need more time to germinate on this information, and everybody is still watching the government policy, the sustainability of it, because stocks used to be a thing, and a lot of people that had stocks 10, 15 years before now, they thought they made a bad decision investing in Nigerian stock, to be honest. It was bad. So now there's a new dawn, and people just need to ruminate on all this information and think about it. For the billionaires, it's easy. They know what they are buying into. They are, they are buying a fraction of the company, and they can survive because they get a seat at the boardroom. They get to decide, and they are putting their money where their mouth is, literally. But for younger people that are just buying a tiny piece, we just need more encouragement. Government needs to be steady with their policy, and there are small people are like small buyers are complaining about liquidating, that it takes time to liquidate Nigerian shares. Unlike in other markets where you get your money within minutes. So in Nigeria, it takes a little while. So all these small bottlenecks, the government needs to continue to improve it, be steady on the policy, improve on it, and everybody will come in. Everybody wants to make money, but everybody is just studying the markets based on what the market was doing 10, 20 years before now.
Well, what about, I made a suggestion yesterday that if we could have, let's start off with the civil service. I mean, if government, ministries could encourage civil servants to take part of a little fraction of their salaries or thereabouts, or, invest it in stock. What about pension? Chooks was like, he's skeptical about pension because of what is happening.
That's a decision that individuals will take. No country in the world will tell
I'm not saying
people, enforcing,
I'm just saying encouraging.
Even encouraging. No country in the world would suggest that to anybody, because as a matter, is a market and there are risks involved. The risk is just minimal, but there's still risk. So no state wants to bear the burden of telling people to go to the stock market, and when it crashes, everybody comes down and say, okay, we need bailout. You asked us to do this. So no country is going to do that. The only way to send a strong message is to continue to protect the market. Make sure that the market is fair. Make sure that the billionaires don't throw people under the bus, because they do that. 4 or 5 billionaires can come together and then they get out of
show up a particular stock,
and all the poor people and all the people, they lose their money. So government needs to be vigilant with the market, make sure there are no insider trading, make sure that the market is fair and transparent. That is government job. When the market is like that, government did not encourage all the monies to come in. They simply fix the market and we see the money coming. So they need to continue to do that. They need to continue to improve on that. And then, naturally, the money will come in.
So, Chooks, finally, how would this translate into more investors? How would this encourage investors, local investors, not foreign investors this time? How would it encourage local investors to expand their business? I mean, if they invest and they make more money, especially these banks and other institutions, insurance, for instance, now, don't you think that this year insurance should be doling out different types of packages, different kind of insurance schemes, and here and there, not just, gulping up money for themselves? They should be able to invest that money back into the economy.
Well, as long as I can remember, except for banks that were badly run, I've not seen any bank that have not declared profit. As long as I can remember. All banks have always declared profit, except for those that were badly run and they went under or were acquired by AMCON or any other agency. Now, for small companies and for individuals, what we owe you is to show you the figures. We will keep talking about it because we want our stock exchange to grow. We want people to see that there are possibilities here. And we always tell you at the end of the day, it is not a financial advice. So it's open. We'll show you the figures and tell you this is what is happening. Because these companies, we expect them to be run efficiently. And that is why the NGX will say, okay, good and fine. Let's quote it. Let's put it on the market. For you to see, are they doing well? Good. Are they producing products here that most likely will translate to jobs at the end of the day here? Translate to us bringing products to the market here? Good. These are things we want to see. Although they will still have a whole lot of foreign companies that are also quoted in the exchange that have either products that were brought from outside into this particular country, yes, but we also want to see us produce more and see us quoted there. So it doesn't matter how big your company is or how small, there is a place for you to play in the exchange. There are categories. Down to the small companies, you can actually get to the stock exchange. So as long as your books are up to date and you've gotten to that particular registration and monetary capitalization, you can get to the exchange and get listed. That is a category for you. You don't need to be Julius Baja, you don't need to be Dangote, you don't need to be...
Or Tebelas.
You can get listed on the exchange. That is a category for you. As long as you're ready to open up your books and do business clean. And for me, you out there, there's nothing wrong in get financial advice and put in your 10 cents, 10 kobo and watch it grow. And just play around. You never can tell. For sure, we know that if the economy remains the way it is, and keep being stable. It's stability that is the main thing. As long as the economy is stable, the capital market will grow.
All right, as long as the economy is stable, the capital market will definitely thrive. Let's move on to the next story. The Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAN, has reported a growing imbalance in the aviation sector, with domestic air travel declining sharply while international passenger traffic continues to rise. Figures released on Tuesday show that domestic passenger movements have fallen to their lowest levels in 3 years, highlighting deepening struggles for local airlines amid rising operational costs and regulatory burdens. Operators blame the downturn on multiple taxes and levies imposed throughout 2024 and 2025, which have significantly increased the cost of domestic flights. FAN's data suggests that while international travel demand remains strong, the local aviation industry may face further contractions if key structural issues remain unaddressed. I remember 30 December when it came, flight tickets went up. But now we're hearing local flights have gone down. First of all, what do you think? International flights still going up, local flights coming down. What's happening?
Yeah, it's at the end of the day, it's number of people that are taking up those seats that are booked. That's what they're talking about. But hey, let's face some facts. We went from 9,000 naira to 18,000 naira.
7,000 naira.
Okay, if you book early. It went from 18 to 50 to 60 to 120 to 320. Then December came and you were telling people to pay 400, 500, 600 to some particular.
For economy, just economy.
So it's what were we expecting? It's not. It's choices and consequences. So that there are choices that particular sector have made, and now we are dealing with the consequences. We definitely is supply and demand, but there should be a limit to profit, which the government also should be able to enforce. There should be a limit to profit.
But aviation fuel is expensive. Taxes are there. How do they recuperate?
Taxes is government, is it not? So government can reduce it. So government has a branch to also share. The airline owners, the airport authorities, everybody in that sector should be held and told, hey, whatever is happening are from the choices every one of you made. So at the end of the day, who is supposed to pay and make sure the sector is working? Me, that's supposed to fly. But if I cannot afford the ticket, why should I fly? I'd rather go take the risk and charter a Sienna car and travel. So it's just a matter of hours. But now look at the international flights. They did not go as far as the increase in fare didn't follow the same pattern ours did. Local flight. No international flight went 100%. Yes, they had increase, but none went 100%. So now look at it. And at the end of the day, to also look at the insecurity issues. A lot of people didn't come back home as we did last year. And those that came just quietly went, and everybody sat in their house. Nobody's trying to overshoot themselves. So there are several things that are contributing to this. If Dangote is able to send aviation fuel to the US, why are we not prioritizing cheaper aviation fuel from Dangote for our local airports? We should ask ourselves these particular questions. Why is the government charging multiple tax on a single ticket? Why should the ticket have more than 10 to 15% tax on it? Government will charge, FAA will charge, landing fee will charge, parking fee will charge, your carbon stuff will charge. It's us doing what we are doing to ourselves.
What's your thoughts on this, Mukhtar? How can we really regulate prices, or how do we negotiate around this?
It's just more competition. Government needs to find a way to encourage more people to come into that sector. I disagree about government multiple taxation making price fares go up, because first off, I like to point out that no international flight prices went up. It was just the normal December price that I've known as long as I can remember. Everybody knows that if a ticket is 1,000 when it's December, you probably pay 1,315. Everybody knows that. And that's the same thing. And after December, the prices are coming down. All the tickets that were 1,518, 2,000 is now back to 1,000. I checked. Even airpiece that were charging 400,000 to Enugu, I checked. As at this morning, is now back to 110. Is returned from Enugu that is now 280, 300. So are you now saying that January suddenly the taxes that make you charge 500,000 has gone? So it's just, they're just trying to shift the blame to the government. There was no taxes, and we had this conversation. January to November, average ticket in Nigeria was 110, 120.
From Lagos to Abuja or where?
Lagos to Abuja, even Enugu, almost all the routes is Lagos. Is the only ticket that were expensive are routes where is only one carrier that goes there. For example, Kwara State, Overland was charging 300,000 on average. And in November, 2 other people came. The first person that came was charging about 280. Then another person came, brought it to 180. So it's just taking advantage of the passengers. Now, as at this morning, I checked airpiece. And I did not check Abuja because Lagos to Abuja is the cheapest route in Nigeria. I checked Lagos to Enugu. I saw 108. Then I saw Enugu back to Lagos, 200 and something. So we are going there. So the question is, have they suspended the taxes? And then are these taxes only on local ticket? Because the international routes that has a lot of competition, the prices, they did not, the same airpiece did not charge times 3, times 4, times 5. They were charging moderately because they have fair competition. There is enough competition to knock you off if you are charging unreasonably. And again, Dangote has been complaining that he has aviation fuel that is cheaper than the imported one and is better quality.
So why are they not patronizing?
And they are not patronizing him because there's a cartel around it. And the same Dangote now is the net exporter of aviation fuel to the US because he has a competitive price. Despite even with the logistics cost, it still has a cheaper landing cost in America. So if it's produced in Nigeria and the aviation people, they are not patronizing, something is wrong, and the same people will now charge us a lot of ticket and complain about costs. Something is not adding up.
All right, so let's quickly move on to the next topic. Nigeria's poverty rate is projected to surge to 62% by 2026, with an estimated 141 million citizens expected to be living below the poverty line, according to PricewaterhouseCoopers PwC's Nigeria's Economic Outlook 2026. Now, the report titled Turning Macroeconomic Stability into Sustainable Growth attributes the rise to weak real income growth and sustained impact of high living costs, despite ongoing policy reforms aimed at restoring stability. PwC warns that unless there is a significant shift in the economic momentum, more households will fall into poverty over the next 2 years, deepening existing inequality and complicating recovery efforts. SOUQ, 141 million Nigerians expected to go below the poverty line.
This calls for urgent...
Out of 200 million, over 200 million.
Let's say 250. This calls for some very urgent actions, very, very urgent actions. And it needs to be done like yesterday. The lesser people are desperate, the lesser the crime rate. The lesser people are desperate, the more they are in tune to support government policies and work towards making wherever their locality, their family, their state, and eventually the country better. Now, if we say 62% are likely to fall into below the poverty level in 2026, this is not a good sign at all. I think we need to start seeing government policies that will arrest this. And I'm of the opinion that there are no better ways. There is no better way as we speak right now in Nigeria to arrest this than agriculture. I still think that's till tomorrow. The first story that I talked about, Akume saying they are trying to train 100 million Nigerians digitally. Good. That money, send it into agriculture and hold every single local government chairman accountable. Hold every single councillor in the local government accountable. Let's give every single one of them a target. These are things people do. If China could pull out over 70% of their people out of poverty in a matter of years. We can do the same. We can do the same. The agriculture has a huge value chain of people that can really get involved and do good, productive job. Not everybody will go bend their necks under the sun or break their backs under the sun. There are a whole lot we can do. We ended up last year bringing in a lot of machineries. I'm not asking the question, where are those machineries? What are they doing? Some are sitting in government houses. You see some pictures of machineries as long as your eye can see, just sitting down there. What did we bring them in for? Contract? A lot of these policies, a lot of these things need to leave boardrooms and leave hotel rooms and get to villages where implementation is going to happen, because we cannot cope with this level of poverty in this country. We will not survive. If something is not done about this, we will not survive.
Coming to you, Mukhtar, I mean, what's your thought? And add this one to it. Yesterday, Trade Union Congress came out to call Nigerians to support them, to find a way to look towards how they can get them out, lift Nigerians out of poverty as against 2027, when the new minimum wage should be reviewed.
Okay, I don't think minimum wage is the cure to poverty.
Definitely.
I don't think so. I don't believe in it, because if we look at it, about half of the states are paying well above minimum wage. Lagos State pays over 100,000. I doubt, maybe only about 18 states still pay the minimum wage, which is 70,000. A lot of the states pay well above. There are even states that pay above 100,000 naira.
For civil service?
Yeah, that's the minimum wage. That's the people...
What about the private sectors?
That's up to them, but the minimum, a lot of private sectors pay minimum wage, and yeah, they pay minimum wage, but I'm saying the state government, I believe they employ way more than the private sectors. And I mean, the government employ way more than the private sector, and a lot of them are paying above minimum wage. I don't think that's the solution. We should be looking on how states, from the federal to the states to the local level, can subsidize transportation.
How would that lift Nigerians out of poverty?
Transportation is what takes 50%, right now, it takes 50% of everybody's income. Right now, for the middle class and the lower middle class. I'll give you an example. For somebody that lives in Iyanokpaja, that works in VI, we all know in Lagos, for example, VI is the commercial center. That's where almost all the offices are. So if you work in Iyanokpaja and you work in VI, the minimum you spend on transportation every day, the minimum, you say 5,000. If you times 5,000 by 20 days of work, how much does that come to? 100,000. So how much is the person earning? So let's say on average he earns 150,000, 180,000, 200,000. We've not talked about feeding. We've not talked about rent. So, and I make example of New York because it's like Lagos. Anywhere that you are going to in New York is $3 that will get you anywhere. No matter how far, 3 hours. You can change train as much as 5-6 times. Once you pay once, your transfer is free till you get to where you are going. So government needs to subsidize heavily transportation, and then they need to build a lot of low-cost housing. Government has, Lagos State, for example, they have a lot of development all over the place, but it's for the rich people. So they need to do low-cost housing, small studio apartments that poor people, low-income earners can have access to at cheap rent. So that is when we can start talking about bringing the cost of living down, because these are the money people pay every day.
All right, so let's take the last story, which has to do with Venezuela. It says here, Venezuela and the United States have reached an agreement for Caracas to export up to $2 billion worth of crude oil to the United States, according to U.S. President Donald Trump. He says he announced on Tuesday, signaling a significant shift in long-standing energy geopolitics. Under the deal, Venezuela is expected to supply between 30 million and 50 million barrels of sanctioned oil, much of it previously stuck in storage due to a U.S. blockade, and with the crude sold at prevailing market prices. Trump said U.S. Energy Secretary Chris right, will oversee deliveries, which may involve reallocating cargoes originally destined for China, Venezuela's top buyer in recent years. Now, the arrangement comes amid heightened tensions following U.S. military operations in Venezuela and the ousting of Nicolas Maduro. It is framed as both an economic and strategic win, boosting U.S. energy supplies and applying pressure on Caracas to open its oil industry to United States and private companies. Now, the agreement has already influenced U.S. crude markets, which saw prices dip on expectations of increased supply. So, a lot of analysts have said it was about the oil. It is about the oil. Trump said oil, oil, oil. What's the way forward? What is the hope now for Venezuela? Because they are going there to take what's theirs.
Who is going there to take what's theirs?
U.S. is going there to take what belongs to Venezuela. That's what I mean.
Okay, better. Maduro was kidnapped on Sunday, or was it Saturday night?
Yes.
And on Wednesday, we are already hearing and seeing the U.S. going for the real reason why they went there in the first place.
Without him being convicted yet. It's still on trial.
It's not hidden anymore. This is the main issue, the oil.
Is it morally right?
Well, when it comes to morals don't play when it comes to the table of international politics. There are no morals there. So it's all about interest. So this is what the interest is, and it's playing out. And now, who are also part of that interest? China. It's mentioned.
Yes,
there.
to stop the block.
Yeah.
To stop it.
Not just the blockage. Vessels that were meant to go to China and deliver supposed to China is being diverted to the United States. But hey, China, don't worry, we have enough in Nigeria, we can't supply you. Now, the issue is this. If tomorrow they decide to increase the amount that is coming out from Venezuela, it's going to affect
oil prices,
which I think by now is already affecting oil prices. So if oil prices should dip, which is what the U.S. is always looking forward to, it's going to affect OPEC and affect other countries.
Affect our budget.
So let's also now get to see what OPEC is going to say. Let's see what Saudi is going to do. Let's see what OPEC is going to do. That is my concern. As a Nigerian, that is my concern right now.
Mukhtar, what do you think? This is also going to affect our budget because if it dips, our benchmark was 64.46. This would also affect. What do you think is the way forward for OPEC? How should OPEC navigate this? And how can other countries, try and maybe caution the effect?
The only instrument OPEC has at this point is just sanction to say nobody should buy the oil from US and Venezuela. That's the only thing, because even if US has all the oil in the whole world and they refine it and there's nobody to buy, it's useless. So that's the only thing, and they did that during the height of Ukraine and Russia war. There was sanction on Russia, and we see how that played out. And so it's an instrument that can be used. Now the question is, how influential is America on OPEC? Will OPEC be able to put that kind of sanction in place? That is one. We need to condemn this. There's no agreement was not made. A president was kidnapped, and America, under duress, made that country agreed to whatever terms. And like I said on this table, I said the abduction of Maduro looks like a planned work. It looks like an insider war, because when he was abducted on Sunday, the head of the military in Venezuela come out to condemn the action and say they were going to war. The vice president come out to condemn, to say they are going to war. But 2 days after, they have an agreement with the US. So something is not adding up. You cannot be threatening war against a country and then you still sit down on the table and sign an agreement. So if you put 2 and 2 together, you see that something is not adding up.
Someone was complicit.
Definitely.
Somebody gave somebody away.
They gave the government, the president, and that is what is playing out, because you cannot be saying we are going to war on Sunday and then you are signing paper and shaking hands on Tuesday.
So can this now be said, what has always been said, that U.S. has helped other countries overthrow leaders?
And this is not the first time this is happening. This is, there's Libya, There is Saddam Hussein. There are so many that we can even remember within our lifetime. As young people, there is
Panama.
So there is so many of it, and it's wrong. We continue to condemn it, but the world needs to come together and find a way to contain the excesses of the United States. And as a country, it's high time that maybe we start swimming towards cheaper oil too. Maybe cheaper oil is going to help our economy and diversify our economy. Look for better ways to fund our budgets at this point.
All right, thank you very much. Let's quickly take a few of the comments we have on YouTube. Toby Gold says, nobody will fly again. It is that simple. Grace said, the sector is already complaining about reintroduction of value-added tax, VAT, on air tickets and duties on charges import. Love Praise says, yes, Mokhtar is right with rate of air travel cost. Grace says here, perhaps that has rubbed off on the price. Toby says, Grace, before now, replying to Grace, before now it has always surged with no clear explanations. Again, there is a need to cut down on all agencies benefiting from this surge. We'll move on. Oyepriye says, very, very intellectual conversation on SVL this morning. Thank you very much, Oyepriye. Oyepriye goes on saying, I'm enjoying every bit of it. Toby says 62% is loud. Praise says, Mokhtar is giving statistics of transportation, but truly, logistics takes more from salary. And last one here, still Praise, she says, Venezuela. I think that's all we will take today. This is where we will leave it on SOUQ Business Landscape, from accountability, reforms, and digital ambition to market optimism, energy politics, and rising social pressures. These signals are mixed, but the stakes are clear. Thank you very much for watching SOUQ Business Landscape. I will be here tomorrow again. I am Olumide Shokoya. Chooks.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having us. To everyone out there, remember, we are Nigerians. Those outside Nigeria, we are Africans. To those in everywhere, remember your country counts. So hey, while you build your home, build your country, and stay on SOUQ News. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us up to this time of this moment, and have a great day while you get back to your work.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Obela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. It operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, my younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, SOUQ. Bois invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at solving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Omu Obela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP, while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021. A recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Cashcraft. I am Grace Komolafe. Today I have for you something that really looks ordinary, but it's more than how some people perceive it. This isn't just news. It's a wake-up call, a signal, especially if you live in or near Kayama, Kwara State, or you have any connection to the north-central zone of Nigeria. According to reports, the Kwara State Shell Butter Factory in Kayama is projected to create 10,000 direct and indirect jobs, officially confirmed by the Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Afiz Alabi. Now, this news isn't meant to bore you. It's a flashlight revealing something you need to tap into. Don't sleep on shell butter, and you ask me why. That's because this is not just a skincare ingredient. It is a multi-million-dollar global commodity, and it starts from the word shell 3. Shell butter is a natural fat extracted from the nut of the African shell 3, Vitellaria paradoxa, native to the savanna belt of West Africa. It's rich in vitamins A and E, packed with essential fatty acids, and used in skincare and cosmetics, cream, balms, soaps, hair products, pharmaceuticals, chocolate industry as cocoa butter substitute. From Africa to America, France to Japan, shea butter is in demand. A metric ton of raw shea butters can fetch around 350,000 to 500,000 naira, depending on quality and volume. Processed butter can go for about 2,500 to 4,000 naira per kilo locally, and higher when exported. In global markets, refined organic shea butter is gold, trading at $4 to $10 per pound, depending on certification. Nigeria is the world's largest producer of shea nuts, yet we are not making nearly enough from it yet. Are you still thinking it's a job not fit for you? Perhaps that's right. Yeah, but here is the reality. Anyone can go into this, male or female, young or old, educated or not. It's not about the job title, it's about your operational model. Now let's take a look at ways to tap into the shea butter business. 1. Shea nut collection and selling. If you live near wild shea trees, you can gather and sell nuts in bulk to processors or exporters. 2. Local processing and packaging. With basic training and equipment, you can extract and sell raw shea butter to traders, beauty salons, or markets. 3. Skincare line startup. Infuse shea butter into soaps, body butters, hair food, lip balms, brand it, sell online or offline. Let's go to 4. If you are thinking export, then join cooperatives or secure necessary certifications like NOP Organic, Fair Trade, or EcoSat to export high-value shea butter. Now we move to 5. Value chain services. Offer drying, logistics, aggregation, quality testing, or more training services in rural communities. If you are in Kwara and ignoring this, then you are sleeping on what could become your ticket out of poverty or your ladder to wealth. Kayama is becoming a hub, and the government is backing it with infrastructure and policy support. So why miss out? While this is not a professional advice, remember to do these things to get started. 1. Join a share producer cooperative. Example, National Share Products Association of Nigeria. You can search for a whole lot of them. Attend local trainings, workshops, often supported by NGOs and donor agencies. Start small. Even with 50,000 to 100,000 naira, you can begin processing locally, packaging neatly, label professionally, even if you're selling on Instagram. Now, research export guides from NEPC, Nigerian Export Promotion Council. The Kayama Shell Butter Factory is only one part of the story. You are the next chapter. Don't let ignorance or pride rob you of this golden opportunity. Whether it's as a collector, a processor, or a brand owner, Shea Butter is calling. Will you answer? That's it on Cashcraft, where we turn everyday ideas into smart business moves. I am Grace Komolafe, helping you start up your day and making it count. Bye.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches. If we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI. Bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to support total education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM award, by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best and nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Vistaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, SOUQ, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums, such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
Let me first of all congratulate Nigerians for the 65th anniversary of our independence. Independence is a freedom that is given from colonial rule, which can be termed self-rule, self-governance. And since 1960, we've been having self-governance. What is it really self-governance? That's another debate for another day. But from what happened, we were very young at that time when independence came to the country. I'm very, very aware of the 1963 declaration of Western Nigeria, declaration of republic when Nigeria became a republic. That was when I can physically or personally remember. But then, a lot of things had gone underground. The joy of the independence has always been cut short and is not getting to the expectations of the people. It's difficult. The main thing is that every time a government comes in, we seem to be in a quagmire of difficulties, and we tend to go back to the past government that we said that they were not good and feel that they were better than what we have today. It's not only, all governments are always better, except the one I can pick out is during the military regime, 1975 to 1976, about 9 months or so. And maybe because that government did not last long. So maybe that is why we still feel that that government was one of the governments that really met the needs of the people. Throughout the years, like I said, we have always had shortcomings, but we have not been able to keep the standards, certain standards that we are on ground. And that is the main problem. Everybody wants to have his own way. The military have not really helped us. They have, every time there is a military coup, Nigeria is set back to 1960. We are reset to 1960. And the 1960 of that time is different from the 1960 of today. That is, when you compare them, what we have on ground today is quite different from what we had on ground in 1960. That means we are starting again. But we have to develop in our own way. We have to be open-minded, and we have to think positive. We have to think about their future, and that is the only thing that galvanizes the country. Now, whatever standard we have today, in 20 years' time, another generation will come up. And that generation, their needs are always different. So that is why we have to look for the future. But today in Nigeria, we are still solving the problem of 1970. Why I'm saying that is that after the Civil War, the Nigeria decided to move forward. In the process of moving forward, we forgot a lot of things. And that was the time the oil boom came in. And we forgot a lot of things we were doing at that time. Take a graduate at that time. A graduate in 1980 receives roughly 300 naira, which was about almost $500. But let's say in our naira, he has enough to feed his family, to start a family. That is a graduate. But today, a graduate doesn't have enough to even take him to visit his family in his hometown. As a graduate, you are entitled to a car loan, which is your annual salary at that time. A car was about 3,600, and your 300 naira, 300 naira salary is 3,600 per annum, and you take a loan for a car. Once it's established that it is yours and you bring it to the office, you will be given a car allowance. And that car allowance may be about 50 naira or 50 naira. And when you look at it, they are deducting 50 naira or so, or 54 naira from your salary for every month for 4 or 5 years that you are taking the loan. And they are giving you 50 naira. So in 3 years, you are promoted to level 9. And on level 9, you are entitled to a car allowance of 72 naira. So it means that just like if you have been given a car for almost free. And those are some of the things that I look back to. Those are some of the things we enjoyed at that particular time. And it started eroding through government policies. And we now have this problem in which we cannot get to the minimum wage in those days was about 90 naira. When religion is a personal thing, that's the belief of the Yoruba. That is why in the same house, you can have the husband being Onishogo, the wife being Oya or Shun devotee, the uncle being a Christian, and another person being a Muslim. No, we all grew up together. During the Muslim festivities, we go together. I had an aunt in Ajegule. And during our holidays in those days, we used to go to Ajegule and we go to the mosque. Within that 1 month we are staying with them, we go to the mosque with them. We pray together. Even though most of the things, they started teaching us the alif, ba, ta, sa, and whatever, the alphabets in Arabic. But most of the time, by the time I go back home, I forget about it. And when they come to our place, they go to church with us. Even most of our Muslim cousins, they school with us. My mother will go and pick them in their homes, and they will school, they stay with us. We are about 20 in the house where we are living at that time. So it is not religious tolerance, as I will say. I will say, I've forgotten the word now, maybe like a respect. Well, if I'm tolerating you, it means you are bad. You get me? If I'm tolerating you, it means that I'm tolerating something that is bad that you are doing, but I'm not talking. But if I'm doing maybe mutual respect, yes, it's mutual respect. All religions in Lagos or in Yoruba land, particularly, they had mutual respect. When it is time for the Egungun festival, we will come out with our families, with them, with those that are in the Egungun. When it's time for the Ifa festival, we go to them. When it is Ileya, when it is Christmas, we are all one in Lagos Island, and even in Lagos at that particular time. The greatest disaster for Nigeria was the introduction of the presidential system. Let us start from the economics. In parliamentary system, you just have to win your constituency, and that's all. You win your constituency, you spend within your constituency, and that is all. When you get to the house, when you are not to pick the speaker or the leader of the house, that is when you interact with others. But in presidential system, you have the whole country is your constituency. The whole country is your constituency. Let's go to the grassroots. And the grassroots, the unit is the family. The family unit has broken down. Not to talk less about of the extended family unit, or where a community is served like a family. The youths are not being taken care of as in those days. In those days, we never knew whether you are from anywhere in the world or in Nigeria. We interact, we never knew. In sports, we never knew where our people come from. In school, we never knew. At times, 60 years later, I'm just discovering that somebody is from Asaba, one of my classmates. Discover is from, we had the Odumakers, we had the Bazunos in those days. Went to school together, but we never even knew that he was not Yoruba or from Western Nigeria. We were all together. The unity, our unity has been eroded. Today, most schools, there are no boarding schools again. And that is you discover that you are only limited to your area, except when you are going to higher institutions. Even some higher institutions are within certain areas. So we don't interact, we don't intermix, we don't even know the culture of other people. But in those days, it was a little bit different. We have to start reshaping a lot of things. And in the reshaping, it's not for us. It's not for the present generation. It's to look for the future generation. In the socialist life in those days, they used to talk about what do you call it now? Absence of manual labor. That is, machines will do the work. We are human beings will sit down and just be looking, and machines will do the work. We are getting to that stage very soon. Even we are almost there. In those days, we used to have what we call telephone operators. That type of job is gone. In those days, every office has its secretary, or what do you call it, a secretary that we type, do all these things. Now, that job is gone. The MD, the secretary is just to make arrangements. In those days, you have to have dictators, you have to dictate messages, you have to take minutes. Now, AI is doing everything. So there's going to be a lot of job losses. But in creating new jobs, that's a problem. The problem, and at the rate our population is going, is continue to have a lot of jobless people. But how do we manage it? How do we get to that? That's the problem.
Well, I think as the name goes, we are still faring very well. We are still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and federal capital territory, plus the 774 local governments own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power, and that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Project, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. it's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had funds to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and one, train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police. That's right. And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Code. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what was that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, there are no, you don't need, it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and providing solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember my daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. And it was one slight error. And eventually, she had to go back, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. Somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to. There's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. Nigeria has 210 million people. Yes, officially. You can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I'm not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas. And we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources. We have enough intellectuals to find solutions to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. It should not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of them. And then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. It's not done. And what happens is that I don't want to create a war between professions. But the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. the last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parasitals in the sector, and you know, even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks, but you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under TCN. You know, the discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them, but you have on the board BPE, you know, that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then now the Yoruba people say amukun eruewo oni ewusaleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. You know, the root cause, we're not attacking the root cause. You know, the electricity power sector reform has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, we gave it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway. You know, because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lent them money for 5 years, or you know, whereas this is a sector that is, I mean, you need long-term fund. You know, you need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960-something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDBSC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that. Almost 3 billion. I mean, we're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that there is the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Igbokoda area, to Mahin and Co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candlelight. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia, was being operated on generator because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Senatorial District, for instance, they are the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Uderinije, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC. It's virtually independent of the DISCO. It's independent of the... But they are doing a good work because they have offered to do... They have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just way-live, that the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kV substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of way-live issue along the route from Oshogbo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above NEC, that is linked only to the president, that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. Yeah. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. You know, so if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Owerri. And because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ikorodu there for repairs, so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw that they were removing their transformer, this was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10, 15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. It's not repairs, but you know they need to change the oil and make sure it's in good working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbers. Initially, NDPHC was created from the federation account. The initial seed money for NDPHC was from the federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our... But because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the networks. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPHC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPHC. It's like LNG. I mean, LNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. You know, I mean, of course, initially, government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPHC. I'm really hoping that we'll move and adopt the NLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNG. You know, there's a lot of confusion in the society, you know, and even those even some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPHC. They don't even know. I mean, we were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPHC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, you know, in the sector, producing oil, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like, what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are." The problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discourse as they are now don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. 1 or 2 of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, you know, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, I mean, you know how wide that sector, I mean, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, I mean, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure this discourse. We need to support the discourse to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. Okay. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunications sector. But it is not. the amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. I mean, for specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities.
After all, they can use satellite.
Yes, exactly, from functioning very well. Okay. So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things. You need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, I mean, they were going to be able to pay back.
They were taking over.
You have to deal with each one of them, you know, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. I mean, Nigeria, I mean, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. The exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there's nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get, I mean, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened.
The Naira float.
The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised, because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too, this is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. You know, the poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and you know. But the man who has 10 cars the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take one, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. it will look. In the past, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now, a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators. Yes. Now the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of because petrol burns faster. You use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is a big problem. No, there is no doubt in my mind that we need to migrate to prepaid meter. I mean, not only intelligent meters, so that when we have intelligent meters, nobody can manipulate their consumption. You know, if you go to some hotels in the past, all of the heavy-duty consuming equipment, their laundry, their air conditioners are connected directly, or they bypass the meters, you know. But if you have intelligent networks, that cannot happen because it will be discovered and then you will be dealt with appropriately. So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody, and it's in the interest of the consumer too, to acquire prepaid meters. And it's not the only prepaid meters that the discos should supply. It should be intelligent networks. Of course, I said earlier that they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the funds.
What was the intelligent network? What will you
do? Look, if you had an intelligent network in a place like this, for instance, you can determine what is happening without you being there. Even on your phone, you can control your this thing. So I'm just trying to use that to explain what it is. So if you have an intelligent network, the discos in their control rooms will be able to monitor and ensure that energy theft is reduced to the barest minimum, and they can ensure proper operations in their own sector.
Hospitality is a very interesting and dynamic industry. Hospitality industry, very interesting and dynamic. And as we know, we have global best practices, you know, that are acceptable. It's just like norms that are acceptable in the industry. So when you talk about global best practices, it encompasses a lot of things, a lot of dimension, you know, in terms of technology, you know, in terms of service delivery, in terms of training and retraining of staff, even the recruitment, onboarding of staff. There's so many things involved when you talk about global best practices. Well, let me just say the main challenge we have in this climb is orientation, education. You know, in this climb, many people go into the hospitality business without much information about what they are about to go into. You see, the problem with us in this climb is education. You see, many of our hotel owners are not properly educated before going into the business. I've had series of experiences on the field where some people must have wasted fortune and they will now realize that they need consultants. And by that time, let me say it may be late already. Before you go into any business, get to understand, how it works. The hotel business is a very complex business. Like globally, the trend is making sure your guests' expectations are exceeded. And so many, the technology is employed in making sure this is possible. You won't believe that up to now, we still have some of our local brands. In fact, most of our local brands have not even adopted the PMS. PMS is property management software, where you right from the guest arrival, in fact, right from online, by the time you are checking online to know about the hotel, their products and all that, right from online to when you get to the front desk and throughout all your experiences, all these things are captured by a software, makes the experience so robust and all that. Up to now, many of our local brands still find it difficult to adopt this PMS. To them, it's expensive. To them, they don't see any reason for it. And this is what makes, it improves guest experiences. It makes you satisfy your guests. You even exceed their expectations. Makes just at just on the touch of a button, things are already happening. We know in the Western world, they're already going into, AI, right from CRM, customer relations management, service, CRS, and all that. They're already exploring using AI and all that. Here we are still on biro and paper. How do you compare the brands? The local brands are built around the owners. The owner, tells you either he is knowledgeable or not about the business. He runs it like a one-man business. And at the demise of the owner, the business dies. Unlike the global brands. The owners of Marriott are long gone. And Marriott keeps multiplying all over the globe. Right now, they have about more than 1.5 million properties all over the world. They have acquired Sheraton here in Lagos, even 4 Point by Sheraton. You see them expanding. What is the secret? It's all about process, system. When there's no process, there's no system, then you are planning to fail. And it's a common saying that when you don't plan, you're already planning to fail. When there's no planning, many of them go into the business without proper feasibility studies. A young man came in from diaspora, was not just last year, to invest in this same hospitality business, set up a lounge on the island. You won't believe it. 6 months, 100 million was gone. And he had to pack up and return back again. So what is happening? Why is it that the global brands are thriving and our own brands are not thriving? Meanwhile, we should even have some advantages over the global brands because it is natural. We are naturally hospitable. It is our nature in Africa. Hospitality, Africa is hospitality is Africa. So all we need to do is to get the formal training and convert our virtue, hospitality virtue, into in a professional way and run the business professionally. Well, actually, it's not by the quality, we still have some boutique hotels, you know, that are doing very well in the country. They are already trying as much as possible to, you know, follow the global best practices. You know, it's not until your hotel is so massive and big before you can exceed your guest satisfaction, you know. No. Even if it's just 7 rooms, you can still have a brand that can be reckoned with. You know, a brand is not until it's massive before you can say you have a brand. You can have a brand even in a small hotel. You can create a brand. So it's not about of course, we have some hotels that takes care of the middle class and they are doing it perfectly well. But what I'm just saying is majority of them are not doing it well because they have refused to adopt the tech. They have refused, you know, to follow, you know, good processes. They don't care about training. As far as they are concerned, the staff are just slaves. They use them and dump them, you know. They believe that if they don't do well, fire them, hire another person. You know, your business will be going in circles. You have to create a kind of linear graph, not the one that will just go up and fall down again. You know, try, you know, to train your staff. Like I always tell people, if you don't train them, don't blame them. Because, I mean, you can't imagine spending billions of naira to erect a structure in the name of a hotel, and you cannot even onboard your staff properly. Most of them, they just employ anyhow, put their relatives, and they start running. There is no onboarding program, no vision, no mission, no core values, no SOPs, and and as far as they're concerned, they are running a business. You know, when the owner is not around, nothing can happen. And the guests are complaining. Why is it that you don't have these things in stock? You cannot tell them that our MD is not around. That's why he has not released money. That should be budget. You run such businesses on budget. If he has to release money, he releases the money, you know, as at when the budget is ready and the budget is funded. So the business runs on autopilot. It doesn't have to be there. But most of these local brands, they want to be there to see everything, and it's not possible. It's not possible. Or else, like I said, at the demise of the owner, the business dies. What is the secret behind the companies like Coca-Cola, you know, and all the Marriotts of this world, the Sheraton, etc.? What's the secret? It's because they have process and they have a system. So once there is no process, you're just wasting your time. So there is, and like I always say, a brand is built. It does not come by accident. There has to be intention. It has to be deliberate. You have to be deliberate about building a brand. Well, the truth is, staff will always leave where they are not well treated. One thing is to say you are training. Another thing is the environment conducive for them? They are not animals. If they are well treated, they will stay. They receive training. They see a future in the organization. I mean, there's nothing like staff handbook. You don't even know your rights. You don't know your privileges. You know, you don't know where the company's right stops and where yours starts. You don't know whether you are entitled to leave or not. In fact, that one is in the hotels. In our climb here, there is nothing like leave. You know, you treat them anyhow. Why will they stay? But go and check out those local brands that have adopted these global best practices. Their staff are not going because they see a future. And the issue of trust, you're talking about trust. It's not peculiar with the local brands. If money can be stolen in the local brands, it can be stolen in the international brands. But the difference is the process. You see, like most of our clients, when we try to consult for, when we take over, I always tell them, look, let's put a system in place. Increase their salaries. Let their salaries be enough. Then those that were there with the wrong intention, by the time the systems are in place, they will leave because they know they cannot steal. Recently, in one of the hotels I consult for, somewhere in Ogun State, we recruited the maintenance officer, and they overheard him talking on phone that, it's like there are no lapses here. Barely 7 days. He was already looking for, lapses to explore, and that he has to leave. You won't believe, within a week, he has already given us a notice that he's resigning. Why? Because there's a system in place. Use this PMS we are talking about. Property management software. It has different modules. You have the front desk module. You have the restaurant and bar modules. You have the accounting module, the inventory module. Different modules, and they all work together. It's a central thing. Even the HR module, whereby you onboard your staff on the software. Right on the software, you know whether their documents are complete or not. Those that are 80% complete, what are the outstanding documents, guarantors, and all those things. But most of these people, when you tell them, it's alien to them. They don't believe it's workable here. All there is, and another thing, another dimension, another thing I noticed about our local owners is, how much was your sales yesterday? The next thing is he has taken everything. He's going to party. No future. The business has no future. And when the employees see you spend like that, see you behave like that, you are also tempting them to start behaving like that, to go into the money if they have the opportunity to, because they don't have a future in that business. They know their future is not guaranteed. Tomorrow the business might fold up because of the recklessness of the owner. You are building a business. Allow it to grow. Nurture it. Let it grow. Let it grow. Let me break it down. Like when I say the front desk module, the module has a lot of features whereby when your guest walks in, or either online, you can book online, and it will reflect right there. You can book right from London. You go to the website, the hotel's website, and right from the comfort of your bedroom, you are seeing the different categories of rooms, just as if you are already in the hotel. And you are seeing the attached rack rates. And you make a pick. And as you pick, you have the option of payments. And as you make the payment, you reserve the date and a future date, and you make the payment. As soon as you make the payment, it reflects right in the hotel on the front desk. For example, you picked room 107, and somebody else walks into the front desk and says, I want room 107. Sorry, it will show that it's no more available, even though you didn't see the guests. But it's been paid for online. Can't you see it makes life easy? It increases, improves the guest experiences. It makes your potential guests or your guests happy. makes things easy for them. So you can achieve that online. You can also achieve it by walking into the front desk, and you can make a reservation. All you need to do is check the rooms. You don't even need to go around and looking at the rooms. It's displayed for you at the front desk. You have it on the screen. You see the different categories of room. You make a pick, and you make payment. Now, when you make payment, a receipt is generated immediately. Another thing is, there's what you call door integration. When you're talking about fraud, you integrate your door. That's the card system, not the iron key, the card system. You integrate it with your software in such a way that once a card is activated, because once payment is made, the card is activated automatically. The owner already gets an alert. In some software, it's called MRS, Management Report System, that a room has been sold. Either you are there or not. It's as clear, as simple as that. You don't need to come, and some owners will come and sit down at the reception to see what is happening. No, you don't even need a camera. Everything is automated. No room can be opened. You can't access any room without the card being activated. And the card cannot be activated except payment is made. It's only the payment that activates the card. Can you see that control? So now another question comes. What about when you want to clean the room? How do you get the card? That's what you call, MasterCard, or, floor card and all that, depending. Now, personally, I advise my clients, you don't activate a MasterCard to work indefinitely, to work anytime, anyhow. We have hours of cleaning. So your MasterCard is activated to work. For example, the checkout time is 12 o'clock. So you activate it in such a way that it's only active between 12 and maybe 3 o'clock or so. Every daily. Once it is 3, you cannot access the room with the MasterCard again. You can see the tech we are talking about. So you can't access any room again. And again, we have energy saving lights, whereby it's only that same card that can power the lights and the TV and the AC in the room. No guest wants to check into a room without the AC working, without the TV working. So it's only that same card that can power the systems. So you won't check me in by 1 o'clock because you have access to MasterCard. And by 3 or 4, once your card is no more active, I'm in darkness. And again, you can always generate a report from the front desk that will tell you how many times, the kind of permit, the entrance, whether the room was opened with the MasterCard or it was opened with a guest card. Right from the report, you see. And when you go to the report and you see that MasterCard open at this time, you say, what happened? Why? Who was the person that accessed the room? So you don't need to be there. A particular client of mine was trying to lease out his hotel, which I always strongly advise against, on the island, because he was relocating to Dubai, United Arab Emirates, So I advised him against it. Why do you want to? I've told you to install a PMS since. This will give you some level of comfort, because his main reason is that I'm here, right under my nose. They are still stealing. When I leave, what will happen? You don't need to. And thank God he was able to take the advice. We installed the PMS, and he saw the difference. Don't underestimate your guests. Even forget the color. They may be black, but they are well traveled. They've been to America, they've been to Europe, they've been to, Dubai, they've lodged in the best hotels in the world, and they know what good service is. So don't think you can just give them any kind of service anyhow. They have an expectation. For every, rack rate, for every money paid, there is a value, an expected value attached to it. Why is it that you see some guests, they'll lodge in 5-star hotels, they pay as much as 1 million naira, 700,000, 500,000 a night, and when they wake up in the morning, because of the kind of treatment, when they are checking out, you still see them giving out tips. They are happy. Meanwhile, this same set will go to some local brands, maybe as a result of lack of availability of such class of hotel in their village or in some, they have a function somewhere, and they pay just 30,000 naira, and you see them complaining and quarreling and getting angry, agitated, Why? Because of the service. 30,000 has a value, an expected value. Same thing with 500,000 naira. If he had paid 500,000 naira in a 5-star hotel and he didn't get the attached value, he will complain. But he paid 30,000 and he could not even sleep at night, mosquito, all through the night. The AC is not working. Why? Because there is no process, no system. All these ACs and all these things, they all have, you have a kind of maintenance worksheet, maintenance plan. It does not have to break down before you start repairing it. You maintain them. When the generator has worked for so number of hours, it must be serviced. How often do we check all these things in our local brands? Because there is even no system, no SOP, nothing in place. You just open and start running. It's not done anywhere. I gave an example of someone who brought in 100 million naira and the whole thing disappeared. Let me say, what we should know is that money is inflammable. The whole thing went in flames. That's how I will put it, within 6 months. Why? Because there was no due process. There was no planning. He didn't understand what he was coming to do. He just dabbled into it. In my book, which I'll be launching soon in my event coming up, I call it ABC of creating a great hospitality brand. Simple, steps of creating a brand. I made reference to such owners as accidental owners. You just inherited a property, or you felt, okay, what is moving now? What can we do? They say hotel is bringing in money, jackpot. Many people have gone into it and they've gotten their fingers burnt. So I will advise investors, if you want to invest, do proper feasibility study. Do proper feasibility study. Well, let me give you an example, a practical example. One of my clients started a 23-rooms hotel in Delta, and according to him, it's almost 3-4 years now. According to him, he spent about 400 million naira. He's smiling today. Right now, there is no day that he does not have a turnover. You can do something smaller, even with 100 million, Yes, it depends. I just gave a practical example. I know of people that have just 7 rooms, and they are making their money every day because they've done, their due diligence. No, definitely, it will reflect on your pricing. And once, like I always tell people, is value for value. I can't be forced to sell my room 10,000 naira because my neighbor is selling for 10,000 naira. You know, I can sell mine for 40,000 naira and still be fully booked. While the one that is selling for 10,000 naira is not even attracting any guests. Why? Because the 10,000 naira will try to say, okay, when it is 12, we turn off the gen because we want to conserve energy. We don't have money to buy diesel and all that. Start rationing. No guests will feel comfortable. You know, these guests, even in their personal homes, they enjoy 24 hours light. They enjoy themselves. Then you now come, you know, to a hotel where you should relax and be able to think properly. And they are telling you they are turning off the gen because they don't want to sell the room high. I'll tell my clients, sell it high, but create the value. When the value is there, make sure you recover your costs. You have to impute all these things, you know, into your costing. Many of them don't even believe there is need for a revenue manager. Apart from the normal manager, you have a revenue manager. You know, you have cost accountants, you know, apart from the main accountant, people that are in charge of costing. You're selling a plate of food for 7,000 naira. What is the cost? Many of them don't know. And like I said, most of this software takes care of all these things. You know, the recipes are there in the software, you know, all programmed. So when you have sold a plate of rice, you already know how much is your profit on it. It comes to that. So we have to be very analytical. Yeah, majorly it's let me say government policies. It affects, you know, like in Lagos State now, we talk of consumption tax. Then the federal will still come and say you should pay VAT. It is repetition. Consumption tax is 5%. Then the federal government is asking for 7.5. Is that not 12.5? How? How do you survive? You understand? So these are challenges, and that's one of the reasons, you know, for the vision for my program, which will be coming up in September, you know. It's called Hotel Owners Dinner Outreach. You know, it sort of creates an environment where you have the policymakers, you have the stakeholders, the investors, the owners of hotel, the practitioners, all come together under one roof. Then we dialogue, you know, look at the investment climb, look at the challenges, we rub minds together, and we come up with solutions, possible solutions, you know. Like you cannot be up there churning out rules. You are so far from the players. You don't even know, you can't feel them. You don't know what they are going through. A client of mine, the road to his hotel is terrible. Very terrible. And it's hardly having guests. And this government arm will come and pay consumption tax. Another will pay advert. Another will pay different kinds of local government will come and ask for their own, you know. So like this year's edition, we are bringing in the number one taxman in the state, for example, will be we call it investment roundtable. Will be in the panel. We have a representative of the international brand. That's the owners of Marriott Hotel in GRA, Ikeja. You know, he'll be in the panel too. And we have the permanent secretary, tourism, who will be in the panel. So we'll bring them together. Then we have consultants, practitioners of over 40 years in the industry in that same panel. That's the president of AFCON. AFCON is Association of Tourism and Hospitality Consultants in Nigeria. He'll be in the panel. All of them. So let us discuss. Let's feel each other's pain. Let us understand. You know, the government, tell us why you are taxing us like this and all that. So that's one challenge. Another one is power. Of course, there's nothing we can do about that. It's a national thing, you know. And until it is solved nationally, we'll keep generating our own. Well, we always advise that, owners should look at, solar, which is environmental friendly. That's even the way, hospitality is going. We talk about sustainability, in hospitality, social, economic, and environmental. Those are other issues again, another topic entirely, maybe for another day. We should just keep it professional. Whatever you are doing, keep it professional. You're building a brand, always remember that a brand is a promise. Make sure you always keep it. A brand is an experience. Always improve the experience. A brand is a reputation. Maintain it.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the SOUQ News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Property, a unique blend of architectural design, stunning locations, and thoughtful details. It plays a vital role in our life, providing shelter and security, wealth creation, and a sense of belonging. Properties leave a legacy for future generations, create business opportunities, and convey social status. The real estate market is constantly evolving, with trends and prices shifting in response to economic, social, and environmental factors. In-demand properties include sustainable homes, multi-generational homes, urban condos, and suburban single-family homes. The real estate market is a dynamic and ever-changing landscape, influenced by economic, social, and environmental factors. Otumbagbemi Oyeneyi, an expert in the field, shed more light on the real estate industry.
The trend now, and that is where terraces are coming in now.
so that you can have multiple, one bed apartment and all that, all structured together in, in a small space of land. So that is a trend. Developers are now building smaller apartments that are easy to sell or easy to rent or lease.
Affordable housing initiatives are on the way to provide options for low-income earners, while luxury properties in cities like Lagos and Abuja cater to the growing middle class. Commercial properties such as office space and retail centers are also in high demand due to economic growth. Globally, sustainable living and smart homes are gaining popularity, with eco-friendly properties and integrated technology becoming increasingly desirable. In Lagos, there have been commendable innovation through this industry.
The low-income earners definitely, we just have to wait. In a civilized environment, that is where government comes in to, bring SOUQ, to create opportunity, mortgage, and things like that. We don't have an effective mortgage system yet in the country. Also good for them to understand, because sometimes when you want to buy a property and you hear the price, and then you wonder sometimes why. But if you also know that the cost of building material has gone up by almost 300% just in the last 12 months, then you will understand why. So it's easier for you to, appreciate the value and then the cost. Yeah, we are talking to governments to liberalize the mortgage system to make it affordable and accessible to the ordinary citizen. What the government has done so far is to, through the Federal Mortgage Bank, to ensure that civil servants and all that can access it, through their pension. But what about the market women? What about the, drivers? Recently, the government is actually trying to do something in that regard to make housing. In fact, there is a program now where the government want to set up or construct 1,000 housing units in every state. A committee is already set up, and they are already going around all the states for the state governors to allocate, land where this is going to take place. So government is already doing something on that.
In other parts of the world, median home prices vary widely, ranging from $200,000 in the US to over $1 million in cities like Hong Kong and Singapore. Understanding this trend and cost is crucial for buyers, sellers, and investors to make informed decisions and capitalize on emerging opportunities in the ever-changing real estate market. Praise Matthias for SOUQ News.
Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ag Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Imokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Imokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Imokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guaranty Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Imokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Aiboje Imokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance.
As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's life. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is a founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Igboje Ike Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. This is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, from works, done by masters like that. After a while, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, her works, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so, with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him, that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And, in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ige Mokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Aiboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Aiboje Ige Mokwede is back again. Aige Mokwede is married to Ofovwe Aige Mokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Conversations around figures, I mean money, flies around. Serious-minded and business-conscious people will at every point open their eyes because business ideas and opportunities can come up even at a bar. But for us, we are bringing you business ideas to your doorstep. And today I am saying welcome to Cashcraft, where we share with you tips on making money. We dig into the ordinary things around us, things we pass by daily, never knowing they could be our next income stream. My name is Grace Komolafe, and today we are stepping into the world of charcoal. Not the one you fan under your suya or barbecue, but the one that's quietly building millionaires, fueling export earnings, and heated up markets from Lagos to places like Nairobi. In the smoky corners of rural villages, behind the crackles of morning dogs, lies a black treasure, charcoal. It may not glitter, but don't be fooled. Charcoal is hot business, literally and financially. Now, before you turn up your eyes thinking it's dirty work for tired farmers, I want you to pay a close attention because this is business, not push talk. Charcoal is made by carbonizing wood, burning it slowly in a low oxygen environment to remove moisture and volatile compounds, leaving behind a high carbon energy packed fuel. It's used in households, restaurants, bakeries, foundries, and exported in tons out of Africa to Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. Straight to the numbers, according to data from the International Trade Center, Nigeria exports over 400,000 tons of charcoal annually. That's millions of dollars flowing into an industry that, up until now, barely makes the headlines. Charcoal ranks among Nigeria's top 10 non-oil export commodities, and guess what? The market is growing, especially with the rise in demand for natural and organic heating fuel abroad. But how can you, yes you, tap into this business? So here are tips from top to bottom. Step 1, know your entry point. The charcoal business is wild. You can be a producer, cutting and burning the wood, a distributor, buying from villages and selling to cities, or a transporter, a retailer, or even go big as an exporter. If you want to go into production, you will need access to hardwood species like acacia, mahogany, or shea. This burn longer and cleaner. And please, don't just cut trees anyhow. Get your wood legally and where possible. Support replanting. Illegal logging is the fastest way to lose your business before it. All right, let's go to step 2. Carbonize like a pro. Charcoal is
Hello and welcome to a very interesting episode of Just Africa. Here where we spotlight ideas, people, and of course, interests that shape the African continent. And today we will be talking about the real estate environment
Well, perhaps most of the conversation would be fleshed out to Africa, but we're going to zero it down to real estate conversation in Nigeria. Property is more than just land. We know it is an identity, it's a form of security and legacy that people leave for generations. And for Africans at home and across the diaspora, owning property in Nigeria represents a powerful connection to roots and one of the most promising paths to long-term wealth. Yet, for many, that dream has been threatened by legal uncertainty, fraud, family disputes, and of course, unclear ownership structures. Welcome to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. And of course, here we will be talking so much about how to improve your money. I remain Emmanuel Amolo, and I'm going to dive you solo today, but I've got my very delectable guest with you, who I'm not going to unveil yet. But we'll go on a very short break, and when we return, I will be bringing her to you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back on Just Africa show today. The discussion goes beyond buying of land or houses. It's about understanding the law behind ownership, with protecting investments from avoidable risks and positioning real estate as a tool for sustainable and generational wealth. Because in Nigeria, it is not enough to own property. You must be able to prove, protect, and promote it. But, of course, do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television, and, of course, subscribe to our YouTube channel at Just Africa Show. Today, we're discussing property, protection, and profit, how Africans and the diaspora can build wealth through legally secure real estate in Nigeria. To help us break this down, we've got the very delectable barrister herself. She said we're going to explain this part to me, but I'll let you all hear it. Her name is Lynn Chioma Oporum. She's a real estate lawyer, a realtor, an author, and of course a principal partner at Lynn Oporum Legal, a trusted voice at the intersection of property law and wealth creation. Welcome to the show today. I can say Barrister Lynn or Barrister Oporum. Okay. You're telling us off camera first off. Lynn, I assumed it was Linda, but you said no. So please enlighten us that part. Perhaps it's a name that we'll start to give our daughters, because it sounds very interesting.
Yeah, it's just Lynn, L-Y-N-N. That was the original spelling my mom gave me, my parents gave me as my baptismal name. Okay. But then, while writing it in the course of growing up, I felt, why double the N? Why not just stop at one? One N. Yeah.
But it's not a unique name. It's not something that... What does it mean? Because when you mentioned baptismal name, I assumed it's one of the Orthodox churches. Catholic?
No, I'm an Anglican.
Anglican. So I don't... But so it's obvious Lynn is not... It's an English name.
Yes, it is.
What does it mean? Because it's not so common.
From my research, it means waterfall and pretty.
Waterfall and pretty? Okay. Yes. Let me write the name down. I think I'm going to use it very easy. Well, let's dive straight into it. Help us break this thing down. When we talk about ownership of or real estate, what does it necessarily mean in your own experience?
Well, for me, ownership basically means your legal right to property. Okay. That's a nutshell of what ownership means. Now, when we talk about ownership, it could be a legal right or an equitable right. Okay. So, but most of the time, when ownership is mentioned, it equates to legal rights in property.
So, when somebody comes down and says, I am the owner of the land, and the only thing that is there is just maybe the father owned it, and then the father is late, and then he's the next person. Is that enough to say you are the owner of the land?
Well, that is if there are people who don't have equitable interest in the land. For example, let's say the family used the land to borrow money from someone with the promise that they will pay back within such a period. So in such situations, we have the legal owners and also the equitable owners.
So equitable owners can claim ownership of the same land that belongs legally to somebody else?
To some extent, the law recognizes them. They have their equitable rights.
Won't there be conflict at some point? I mean, equitable means I've used the land to a certain period, or I'm still using it. But there's somebody who has maybe documents to the land. Is there never a time when perhaps one part can now say, okay, I've been here for a long time, maybe because of maybe like 30 years I've been using the same land, although I don't have the papers, can I claim ownership of that land?
Well, there is a legal principle that says when two equities are equal, the first in time prevails.
Hey.
But now...
It sounded very technical. Sorry. Oh, go on.
When two equities are equal, the first in time prevails. That means the first person to come is the person the law recognizes. But however, if there is a legal owner and there is an equitable owner, obviously the legal owner takes preeminence or precedence over the equitable owner.
Okay, I know I'm going to go back to the more technical questions, but let's come down to the ones many commoners will understand, right?
Okay.
In Nigeria, one of the problems we've always had with housing is the cost. Yeah. I'm talking now not from the owners, but I'm talking about people who want to rent an apartment. Why has real estate pulled in more investors, but at the same time become very, very expensive for the common man?
Now, are you talking about the person wanting to invest in real estate?
Yes, if an investor, real estate looks like a very good place to come in.
Of course it
is. But for house, what do you call it, tenants, let me use the word, it is now very high for them, very expensive for them to get good houses. So it's benefiting investor, but it is not so beneficial to a tenant because of the cost. Why is it so?
You mean the cost of renting the property?
Yes.
Well, that is solely the exclusive preserve of the landlord. But then, while the landlord is fixing his rent, he also has to put into consideration a whole lot of things, including the tenancy law in place. So you don't just fix your price arbitrarily or out of the blue. It has to be, for example, in Lagos State, the rent has to be in line with what obtains within the neighborhood or that locality.
So it's going to be very hard, for example, if somebody goes into a particular area and then you're looking for houses and they're all telling you almost the same prices, but the houses are not necessarily the same thing.
The more value the property has, the more value the
price
rent would be.
Oh, wow. Anyway, let's come back down to your expertise. You are a real estate lawyer. You've been advising people on how to invest in it. First off, explain to us, right, the real estate environment in Nigeria. What does it look like? And then before you talk about the potentials and how to get investors in, what does the real estate environment in Nigeria look like?
Well, first and foremost, in as much as a lot of time, most of the time rather, people believe real estate investment is an unsecured investment, most especially in Nigeria. But with the right professionals behind you and with the guidance of the right real estate professionals and experts, I believe is a good investment to look into. But now you should be careful, an investor should be careful. You shouldn't pay so much attention to where they say, oh, this is cheap land. The land is cheap here, land is cheap there. But the truth is real estate investment is not cheap. If it comes cheap, then there must be a hidden price.
So that you probably got a face in front.
Yes,
you
exactly.
At the beginning.
Yes,
okay.
yes. So if the land is cheap, then you have reasons to worry. Because for you to get optimum ROI, return on investment, real estate investment is not cheap. That is just the truth. So if anybody is telling you affordable land, affordable this one, affordable that one, just know at the back of your mind that real estate investment is not cheap. So if you're going for cheap land, there are some hidden things. Hidden charges, yes. And maybe the legal title might be defective. Now, for a property that has a C of O, it can't come cheap. That's just the truth of the matter.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's some of the things we put into consideration.
Okay, before I ask you what are the documents somebody needs to have or need to look out for when you want to get a land, I want to know, if you were to advise somebody who comes to you first and says, oh, I want to invest in real estate, that's what a typical person will come and say. What will be your first things to advise them to do?
Well, first and foremost, I will advise the investor now you need to do your due diligence on the property. It is really key. Now, when I talk about due diligence, I'm not talking about the regular due diligence. I'm talking about forensic due diligence. You have to go behind the documents, behind the title documents, to be sure what you're getting yourself involved in. And that is where the services of an experienced real estate lawyer comes in. Because there are lawyers, but there are lawyers who specialize in real estate transactions and who specialize in due diligence, property due diligence. That is their core specialty.
Yes.
Yes, so I will advise the person to first and foremost talk to an experienced real estate lawyer. Then you also need to decide on the location you're interested in. That is very key. Now, apart from the location, we're also talking about your budget. How much do you have? How much do you want to invest in? I also advise the person to look at the title documents. Of course, the lawyer will take care of the documentation and ensure, in the course of the due diligence, the lawyer will make sure that the documents are okay and all that. Then you also need to have at the back of your mind the reason why you're going into real estate.
Everyone's to make money. That's why I'm going into real estate business.
Okay, are you going into real estate for commercial purposes? You want to get a place, build like a plaza, a mall where businesses can rent. Are you going into it because you want to go into short-let apartments, Airbnb? Are you going into it because maybe you want to build, how do I put it now, warehouses for e-commerce in view of the growth of e-commerce in Nigeria and the way businesses are going? So are you going into that for that reason, or are you going into agriculture? Yes. Is agriculture the reason why you want to go into real estate investment? So there are a whole lot of things to consider and think about, but at the onset of the thought, I think the first thing you should be thinking is a legal person to work with for proper guidance and direction.
So what documents do you need to have to say, truly, this property belongs to me?
Okay, first and foremost, when clients come to me, the documents I look at most of the time, I will group it into three, apart from the receipt, which shows that
you made the purchase?
That the purchase has been made. You've paid money for this property. Now I'm looking at what I call the map. That's number one. Then I'm looking at the root of title, and then I'm looking at the transfer. Now, by the map, I mean the survey plan.
Okay. Because
By the map, I'm talking about the survey plan. Now, and for somebody who wants to create wealth through real estate, the survey plan I'm talking about here is the red copy of the survey plan, the copy that has been lodged at the Office of the Surveyor General of the Federation. Yes. Now, because most of the time, the survey plan is underrated by investors and people because they don't really understand the importance of this document. The survey plan is basically the document that tells you the coordinates of the property you're buying. Is a document that tells you the GPS or the coordinates of the land. So for me, the survey plan is so important and so key that if at the end of the day you have the wrong coordinates and you have a CFO, as far as I'm concerned, your CFO is worthless because the CFO is for a wrong piece of land. Yes. So the map, which is the survey plan, is key. Then for somebody who is interested in creating wealth through real estate, like I mentioned earlier, you should always aim for the red copy, not the blue copy. The blue copy is the provisional copy of the survey plan. Then after...
I hope people are writing that because at this point, you don't lose track. So there's a red copy, because it just reminded me of a movie, Matrix. I was saying blue pill and red pill, and one is very important. You take one, it sends you somewhere else. I take one, it does something else. So the red copy is for...
is a copy that has been lodged at the Office of the Surveyor General of the state.
It doesn't mean the blue copy is bad. It does mean something else.
The red copy is the one you should be interested in.
Okay.
Yes, because that is the one that is at the
Office of the
Surveyor General of the state. Yes. Now I'm looking at the root of title. Now, by the root of title, this is basically the document that gives the seller the legal right to sell that property. And of course, by virtue of the provisions of the Land Use Act of 1978, all lands in urban areas in the state belongs to the governor of the state. So for any legal right to be legal, the government has to allocate that land.
Yeah.
So if it's a CFO, it has to come from the government. It should be verified. Then if it's a secondary sale, we're talking about a deed of assignment with, of course, the governor's consent. Then for excised lands, that is lands in villages. Where in Lagos State, for example, you have land in villages. They were originally land that the government had interest in, but for some reason, maybe the people have gone to the government to ask, please give us back this land, we want to use it for development. The government now excises part of the land to the village or the community. Now for such lands, it is usually gazetted. So the gazette is basically what gives the people the right to have access to the land. So for the root of title, we are looking at the CFO, the deed of assignment with the governor's consent, of course, and then the gazette. Then let's now talk about the transfer.
Yes.
The transfer is a document that basically transfers the legal title from the seller to the buyer. And now we're talking about the deed of assignment. And of course, again, by provisions of the Land Use Act, considering the land belongs to the governor, so any transaction or any transfer of legal title in land must have the governor's consent. If it doesn't have the governor's consent, the transaction is incorrect. Okay, let's say it's incomplete.
Okay.
So until you obtain that consent, that transaction is incomplete. So that is why it is key to obtain the governor's consent once you make any real estate purchase. And I also want to point out here, now, CFO for land, CFO, we just have one CFO for a plot. We don't have more than one CFO. Now, for a land that has CFO and there's a subsequent purchase, what you do is you get a deed of assignment and then get a governor's consent. You perfect your title. We call it perfection of title. You perfect your title by getting the governor's consent. So basically, the three documents you should be looking at, apart from the receipt, which shows that you've made payment. Yes. We're looking at the survey plan.
Yes, which is the map. Yes. The map. I remember. I think you know the map. Like, okay, map. The one of
the CFO,
title, the CFO.
Or the gazette, or the deed of assignment with the consent. Yes, and then the deed of assignment.
Yeah.
Now, okay.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. The thing is, if there's any of these missing, any of these three missing, can a complete transaction be said to have been made?
To the best of my knowledge, no. Then there are some other documents. Apart from these documents, there are also other documents which are also obtainable. For example, if you're dealing with the property of a deceased person, somebody who has passed on, and you're dealing with the family, now we are talking about whether the person died intestate or the person died testate. Dying intestate means the person died without making a will. So, yes. So in that situation, what the family gets is a letter of administration. But in a situation where the person makes a will, that means the person died testate, the person left a will. So you get, and the will has been lodged at the probate registry, you get the grant of probate. So it is either of these documents that gives the family the right to sell those to sell the property if they want to sell it. So if you're buying the property of a deceased person and the first son is signing a deed of assignment for you without a court order, a court authorization, which is either the grant of probate or the letter of administration. Now, that transaction is illegal, invalid, something like that.
Because, look, the plenty things that you're breaking down shows why there are so much conflict around properties and land. Because many of these things are not even known, right? Okay, somebody dies, he does not leave a will. And then automatically the children want to sell the property to you. You just probably pay, collect receipts and go. You think you made. Then 10 years time, government comes and says they want to claim the land back. And you say, no, they sold it to me. You show them the receipts. And they're telling you it's not enough, you start to argue. So if you want to make a purchase, for example, I want to buy from a family of a deceased person, what are the things I need to ask for? And if you don't have it, I better just remove my hand from that land.
That's what I'm saying. The letter of administration or a grant of probate. The grant of probate is given when the person left a will. But in a situation whereby the person did not leave a will, is a letter of administration. So it is key.
It comes from the government?
Yes, from the courts, from the probate registry, the courts.
Wow, this is a lot to take in, I ain't gonna lie. Because the truth is, it is making a bit of clarity for us. But all these steps that they need to take and everything is looking like why real estate is expensive. Because again, the question is, why is real estate expensive in Nigeria?
Well, for me, like I said earlier, if it's cheap.
If it's cheap, yeah, that's why is it expensive? Why is it not cheap?
Yeah, well, it's expensive because you're paying for the legal title. You're trying to secure your title and your legal interest in the property, like I said earlier. And most of the time, people make a lot of mistakes. They try to shortcut or bypass the process by trying to get cheap land. But the truth is, the cheap land has some things attached to it. Real estate is not cheap. Real estate investment is not cheap. So that's why I always advise people, if you're going into real estate investment, I will advise you to buy a property with the current, that has a good title, with apart from having a good title, with the current market value or the prevailing market value considering the circumstance and the economy. Because buying anything cheaper that doesn't have the required title, you are, how do I put it now? You're just making a gamble or taking a risk. Yes, and at the end of the day, it does not always favor the buyer or the investor. This is considering investing in real estate is a form of security. So the money you're paying for legal perfection of title, the money you're paying, just see it as a premium for your security, for the security of your investment. Yes. So that when you make that purchase now, 10 years from today, the title is still valid. Nobody is coming tomorrow to ask you, this one, there is no layout approval from the government, or there is no CFO. No, there is no this, there is no. So it's better at the onset to do the right thing, bring out the money and buy the property with the right title. Because like I always tell people, there is no shortcut to it. If you do shortcuts, you fall into the hands of scammers and fraudsters.
Yeah, which is what everybody wants to avoid at the end of the day.
Exactly.
Okay, so I know one of the things a lot of people talk about, especially with the recent one that happened with this coastal highway, was on what grounds can governments claim back your land? Well, you've done everything, because that's what everybody will argue. Oh, I have documented everything, but on what grounds can government claim back your land?
Well, by virtue of the provisions of the Land Use Act, the government can claim back a land for overriding public interest. That's what the law says. For overriding public interest. And once the land is reclaimed, you are entitled to compensation by the government. So that is why it is also key to do your forensic due diligence when you're making any real estate investment. There is no need to do shortcuts, in as much as I know that a lot of things go underground. But if you do your forensic due diligence, you see the master plan. And you know, if there is a canal passing through here, you will see it in the master plan. Even if today that place is a dry land, maybe next 20 years the government will wake up and remember that
that place is canal
yes,
right there.
Yes, so anybody that has an investment there, it is going. So it's key, do your due diligence. And even if you're going for the property, of course, make sure that the property is not under committed acquisition. There's something we call committed and non-committed acquisition. Yes, if it's...
Explain, please, because there's technical at this point.
If the property is under committed acquisition, that means the government has a specific plan for it. Maybe they want to use it to build a highway or a bridge or a general hospital or an airport or anything. That is for committed. But if it's non-committed acquisition, sometimes people go after such lands because you can regularize it and maybe change the land use, of course, with the consent of the government. But yeah, but in a situation whereby, but for me, it is best to avoid any property under government acquisition, to avoid stories that touches the heart, and also to do your forensic due diligence. Because it is forensic due diligence that will tell you that, oh, this place is dry land today. But when you check the master plan and check the building what is it called? The coastal road alignment and some other laws. There are a lot of land laws in Nigeria and, of course, in Lagos State. You will see all those things, they are there. So when you go through it, you know, oh, there is a canal here, or there should be a highway here. So even if today there is no highway there, there are houses there. But tomorrow when the government wakes up and decides to reclaim their land for the highway, what do you do?
What do you do?
Yeah.
When are you open to get compensation for things like this? Say, for example, they now come and decide to put a pedestrian bridge right in front of your house. And then, I mean, what grounds do you have for them to now give you compensation? Because, I mean, they own the land. If they now wake up tomorrow and say they want to use it, what grounds gives you leverage to get a compensation from them?
Well, it depends on if the land is not under committed acquisition. Once it is committed, you are not entitled to anything. That is just the truth, because you should have known at the onset. But if it's uncommitted, non-committed acquisition, then you should have regularized. Yeah, but
so that's another condition. If you did not regularize, you're still not entitled to compensation.
Yes. So, but the most important thing is this: the land is the government took the land for overriding public interest and purpose. That's just the only rights or grounds the government can use to take properties that belong to individuals.
Wow, you've been doing this real estate thing for quite a while. Like how many years? I know you said 2009 we were talking off, but have you been doing this real estate for that long?
Yeah.
That's 25 years.
No.
It's almost 25
like
years.
16 years or there.
You are a veteran already as it is. What are the common mistakes that you have noticed over the years that people who are entering into real estate for the first time often make?
Okay, now, are we talking about people generally, or are we talking about diaspora or women? Or
okay, let's break it down into parts. People generally and then diasporans. You've noticed their patterns over a while. So what are the common mistakes that they make? First, do generally and then do diasporans.
Yeah, you know, like I mentioned earlier, the lack of due diligence. Most of the time, somebody shows you land, oh, see this land, it is dry land, it is good, it is, an agent, of course, shows you, and you feel it's not necessary to consult or inform a lawyer, and then you go ahead and make the purchase.
Payments, yes.
And make the payment. Then tomorrow, when it boomerangs, you start shouting and start
doing press conferences up and down. I'm not calling anybody's name. Yeah.
And another, apart from just that, you need to involve, like I have been hammering, the importance of forensic due diligence cannot be overemphasized. Then people just go into it without the right guidance and direction. Yes, they just see, oh, the dry land, this or that one, they go ahead and make a purchase. They don't look at the land use. For example, I've had an experience whereby a couple contacted me. They wanted, an agent already showed them a portion of dry land, and they really loved the place. Only for me, by the time my team and I looked into it, we discovered that that land has been, is committed for agriculture. So there is no way, there is no way you can get a building approval for a residential purpose for that land.
Yeah.
So these are some of the things. People don't look at the land use. They just go on, and do what agents tells them. So I think.
What about diasporans? I mean, I know you deal with a lot of diasporan investments, right? Do they also make this kind of mistakes, or their own is peculiar?
Well, for diasporan investors, well, considering my years of experience, and I've worked in Abuja, Port Harcourt, and now I'm in Lagos, so I've had experiences in these 3 major cities in Nigeria. For diaspora investors, one mistake I've noticed with them is this. You know, most of the time they rely on proxies. And these proxies are either friends or family members. And these proxies are not even real estate professionals. So they rely on what the agent is telling them. They rely on videos, on pictures, on the flyer. They're not asking the critical, technical questions.
Like, we don't know now. I'm sure many of them don't even know. You like 5-10 minutes, you told me some words I've not heard in my life before.
That's why you should consult a lawyer.
Yes.
As soon as you think of buying land or house, just talk to a lawyer and the lawyer will put you through. And another reason why, I don't know if I'm digressing.
No, go on.
Another reason why people don't really involve lawyers, because they are running away from extra fees and extra charges.
Yes.
And some of them, by the time you tell them, oh, it's 10%, they'll tell you, oh, why will I pay 10%? Somebody will collect 50K to do it. But I can assure you...
Don't treat us on that divorce, God, I beg.
Because they believe they're just calling you to come and drop the legal documents. But the work of a real estate lawyer goes beyond that. Before you even drop the document and put your stamp, your seal, and thanks to NBA now, the Nigerian Bar Association, they're also trying to bring in some sanity into the whole thing by trying to, monitor it. So any document, any legal document now goes through the NBA. And now you pay the 10% to the Nigerian Bar Association. You're not paying to the lawyer again. So any lawyer telling you to bring 50,000, I will do a deed of assignment for you for a property worth 100 million is...
A red flag already?
Yes, it is.
That's weird. That's new. Wait, how long has this policy with the NBA?
Okay, it started last year, towards the end of last year, and some of the branches are keen into it. Yes. So now, what obtains now is if you've bought a property and you need your lawyer to do the legal documentation, the lawyer gives you an MBA account. That's an account where you make payment for the lawyer's fees, the 10%.
Really?
Well, this 10%, now I'm also digressing.
Go on, because I'm going to ask you a follow-up question to this one at this point. Go on.
Okay, now the 10% depends on the volume of the transaction. If the transaction is, 10% applies if the transaction is less than 50 million. If above 50 million, there are some...
Okay, so it's higher than 10%.
It's lower, but there are some mathematical calculations that we need to do. Yeah, but the 10% is usually pegged for transactions below 50 million. So now what the MBA is doing is when you prepare the property document, you send it to the MBA, and then the client pays the 10% into an MBA account, which the lawyer will send to the client. And then the MBA also goes through the document and vets it, and then they put their seal, the MBA seal on it. Then the lawyer goes to MBA, collects the document, and then puts his or her own seal on it there. So that's a way we are trying to...
I have a follow-up question for this thing, but we'll go on a very short break. And of course, when we return, we'll still be talking real estate and of course, how you can use it to build wealth. Of course, Nigeria and perhaps Africa. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Housing infrastructure as a driver of economic growth. In virtually every nation, the discourse on economic growth often revolves around output, foreign investment, technology, and human capital development. Yet, one element that remains underexplored but profoundly fundamental is housing infrastructure. Housing is more than shelter. It is an economic commodity, a social stabilizer, and a catalyst for development. From job creation to stimulating demand in allied industries, and from serving as collateral for wealth creation to enabling urban renewal, housing infrastructure stands at the heart of sustainable economic advancement. At the core of modern economies, housing represents both a consumption good and an investment asset. For households, it is often the most valuable property they own. For governments, housing development is a visible marker of social responsibility, while for economies, it serves as a growth engine with multiplier effects across sectors. According to Bayo Olaoye, veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, well-planned housing infrastructure is not just about erecting buildings. When integrated with urban planning, it prevents slum expansion, enhances livability, and boosts productivity. World Bank estimates show that the real estate and construction sector contributes between 7% and 14% of global GDP, depending on the region. In advanced economies, such as United States, housing-related activities, construction, real estate, mortgage finance, home improvement, and property services are major drivers of employment and wealth creation. In emerging economies like Nigeria, housing contributes about 3.1% of GDP, though with vast untapped potential. Its influence cuts across financial markets, labor absorption, raw material demand, and energy consumption patterns. One of the clearest pathways through which housing drives growth is job creation. Development requires diverse skilled and unskilled labor, from architects and engineers to masons, electricians, and artisans. The construction phase alone is labor-intensive and generates immediate employment. Beyond that, housing stimulates growth in allied sectors such as cement, steel, timber, and glass. Industries producing furniture, interior decor, and home appliances thrive as household spending increases, while financial institutions expand their mortgage and insurance portfolios. The International Labour Organization, ILO, estimates that each housing unit constructed generates between 5 and 7 jobs, depending on project complexity. In countries grappling with high youth unemployment, this represents a powerful avenue for labor absorption and poverty reduction. Furthermore, housing facilitates wealth accumulation and capital formation. Unlike consumer goods that depreciate, housing retains or increases in value. For many households, home ownership is the foundation of financial security and upward mobility. Housing assets also serve as collateral for credit, driving entrepreneurship and industrial growth. However, in many developing nations, underdeveloped housing finance systems limit credit access, stifling broader economic potential. Expanding housing infrastructure can therefore deepen financial systems, democratize wealth, and strengthen the foundation for inclusive growth. As the United Nations projects that nearly 70% of the global population will live in urban areas by 2050, nations like Nigeria must treat housing as a strategic tool for urban renewal and sustainable development. Cities with adequate housing attract investment, foster innovation, and enhance livability, while poor housing conditions breed overcrowding, insecurity, and economic inefficiency. In essence, housing infrastructure is not merely about buildings, it's about building economies. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back to Just Africa, and of course we're still having this very robust conversation around real estate, and I've learned a lot. At this point, maybe I'll go and become a lawyer. But we still got Barrister Lynn Oporom in the studio, and she's been opening our eyes. But do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV, and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Just Africa Show. Off air, I was expecting you, I was asking you to help me explain this 10% thing. Because I mean, we were talking about 10% in terms of purchasing real estate and having to pay into the NBA account, started from last year. But does this same 10% arrangement apply to those people who want to go and rent properties? Because I know they always add that 10% agreement to with lawyers. It does not apply, or it does?
No, it does apply.
It does apply?
It does apply.
Okay.
Yes, but under the good thing about this question you're asking now is under the new Lagos State Tenancy Bill,
yes.
I'm not sure it has been passed. The party that engages the services of the lawyer will be the one to pay the lawyer the 10%.
Okay.
But you know, previously, it used to be the tenant that pays the 10%.
10%, yes.
But most times it's the landlord that gets the
10%, or maybe
it's the landlord that gets the
agreement fee.
No, that engages the lawyer. The landlord engages the lawyer, and then the tenant pays the 10%. But under the new Lagos State Tenancy Bill, it hasn't been passed the last time I checked. So by the time that law comes into effect...
No, I think it's operational.
Has it been passed?
Yes, it's just execution that is always the problem. The law is there now. The law
it has been passed?
Yeah.
Okay. So what that basically means is whoever engages the services of the lawyer is the person that will pay the 10%. So you can't engage a lawyer and then the tenant...
And to now be the one to pay the 10%.
Yes.
So if they now stylishly add it to the rent...
I don't know.
If the landlord, for example, because I'm supposed to pay the lawyer, I engage the lawyer, right? But rather than have you pay, I will not add it into the rent you will pay, then I remove it and then pay. Is that also allowed? I mean, it's just like a way to bypass the law. That way, the tenant is not paying the lawyer since they did not engage the lawyer. But the landlord now adds it into your rent. Say, for example, it's 10%, and then the rent is 1.5 million, I'm just saying. And then rather than say pay 1.5, I say pay 1.6. Then I now remove the 10% and now pay the lawyer. It's kind of like what I just give a few examples.
Well, that is circumventing.
Yeah, but it's way to not make it look like you didn't pay, the tenant did not pay, you only paid you the rent and now paid the lawyer. Or it's a way to go around it. All right, I know I did most of these things are really new to a lot of us, yeah? But if we were to be educated, or how much education do you think we need so that we will do better investments in real estate? Because like you said, it's good. It's a good investment, but how much information or education do we need as lay people or as investors?
Well, if I understand the question correctly, please?
Education, how much education do you think we need to have? We are not lawyers. Many of us are not lawyers.
Yeah.
But I know you said engage a lawyer. But how much do we need to know first before engaging the lawyer?
Well, I always believe that the most expensive thing to pay for, especially when it comes to real estate investment, is ignorance. Ignorance is the most expensive thing to pay for.
Okay.
So do your own. If you want to buy land or a house on your own, do your own investigations. You can go on Google, find out. Oh, I'm interested in Lekki Phase 1. I'm interested in Maitama. I'm interested in Eneka or Trans Amadi in Rivers State, Port Harcourt, Rivers State. So do a random search or research. That's why the importance of research and investigations cannot be underemphasized. Yes. Do your own independent search and investigation. Have an idea of what obtains in those areas. You don't need to be a lawyer to understand some of these things. Okay. At least doing the search, the investigation, it gives you an understanding of, oh, in so place, the price range for property in this area is between this and this. Yeah. So that by the time you now go into the market, you are able to, nobody will sell an overpriced property to you, which the appreciation, how do I put it now? Okay, sell a property to you for a price that you would have bought it in a few years to come. I don't know if that makes sense.
Like, you're buying your future price.
Yes. Yes. Okay, for example now, because you don't really know how much land is in this area, and the current market value is 5 million, for instance, then the person sells you the property for 20 million. because you didn't know.
You didn't know, yes.
And you didn't do your underground
check,
search
yes.
and your due diligence. So now, for that property that you're buying 20 million, but the current market value is 5 million, it will take like 10 years for the appreciation.
So yeah, for you to have to see the profit back on
yes.
you.
Yes.
Oh, I get it. I get it.
Yeah. And then you also need to do a lot of reading and research. Okay, I have a book, Land, Law, and Legacy. The legal blueprints for legal purchase in Nigeria. It's an e-book, actually.
Okay.
So people can also get it if they want. It will give you an understanding of how to go about all these things. At least the book is quite affordable. I actually have 2 books, Land, Law, and Legacy, understand the legal blueprints for legal purchase in Nigeria, and then Land, Law, and Her Legacy, understanding property rights of women in Nigeria. So if you can lay your hands on either of these books.
You know, this is your second book, just took a question in my head. So I know at some point it was looking like women could not own properties in Nigeria.
Yeah, but women can own properties in Nigeria.
They can, and you can will your properties to women, and no uncle in the village will come and collect it from you.
Well, in as much as we live in a patriarchal society where women are sidelined, but the laws are in support of women. Now, we have the Married Women Property Act of 1903. It's actually a statute of general application. That law gives married women rights to own property in their names.
In their own names?
Yes, in
not
their
their
names.
husband's name?
Yes. So that law is still applicable in Nigeria.
1903?
Yes. That law is still applicable in Nigeria. So it gives women the right to own properties in their name. So you don't need the what is it called? The name of your husband
yes.
or the consent, authorization of your husband to own property. Also, the 1999 Constitution prohibits any form of discrimination on grounds of gender, sex, tribe, and all that. Then also the, what is it called again? The Constitution of Nigeria, the 1999 Constitution as amended, also gives people right to own immovable properties anywhere in Nigeria.
Yeah.
So no woman should be sidelined,
okay,
irrespective of the fact that, keeping in mind that we still have a lot of cultural, customary laws which prohibits women from owning land or from inheriting land. But that one is...
Wow. Yeah, it is. Look, we're not going to exhaust a lot of these conversations today because time is fast spent, but I've got like 2 questions just to wrap it up, right? Okay. The first one is flexible plan, flexible plan payments. Is this something that you advise, especially in terms of real estate investment? And then to wrap it up, how can people like yourself, I know you've got a book which is helpful, how can people like yourself, of course, legal, entirely to clean up the real estate sector so that at least it avoids like fraud, cheating, or whatever it is? Those 2 questions, and then we're done. Okay,
first I'll go with the flexible payment
plan. Is it something you advise people can do?
Well, I wouldn't say yes and I wouldn't say no. It depends on the circumstances and the peculiarity of the situation. Now, I'm saying this because of the following reasons. Flexible payment plans, in view of our contemporary economic situation in Nigeria, it is really advisable because people may not really have the bulk money to use and purchase for outright sales or purchase. So hence the need for flexible payment plans. Now, flexible payment plan is good if the terms and conditions attached to it is favorable to the buyer. Most of the time, what we see now is most times real estate companies, they own land and then they allow people to subscribe. They have like a payment plan for people to make payments and then spread payments over a period of time. So basically, in the course of that, they give you a contract of sale. So most of the time, when clients give me their contract of sale to review for them, I basically look out for 3 clauses. The first clause I look out for is the negotiation and the revocation clause. Now, that is a clause that basically tells what happens if the buyer reneges to make payments. For example, let's say you've been paying religiously for 6-7 months, and then life happens, or the person loses his job. What happens? Now, most of these contracts of sales, what you see there is this: if you default in making payments, the real estate company cancels the transactions, and then your money is refunded less than 30 or 40% for administrative fee. So if you're making payments and you've made payments for, like, let's say 10 million, and you've spread the payments over a period of, let's say, 10 months, and you have just 2 months to go, what the company will give back to you is 6 million. So now you've lost your property, and then you've lost your...
4 million.
Yes, you've lost money, and you've lost your property. So basically, the way I help out my clients is this: I try to insert a clause whereby I negotiate. First and foremost, I'll negotiate with the seller. Okay, if life happens, I try to get at least 3 months grace period for my clients, and then apart from that, try to peg the default fee, the administrative fee, to like 10% maximum.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So instead of paying 30%,
yeah.
So you're paying 10% maximum as admin fee. And then you get 3, instead of the 2 months grace period for default, you're getting 3 months grace period.
Yeah.
So that's some of the things you get when you engage a lawyer. Most people will not engage a lawyer. They will just go, they'll see a flyer, and then proceed.
Flexible plan. And you think it's very cheap to do.
They don't read the blueprint, the fine prints to find out what is going on, to know the details.
All right, we'll go on a quick break, and of course, when we come back, we'll continue the rest of the show.
The story of Ile-Ife. Ile-Ife, often described as the spiritual heart of the Yoruba people, is not just a city, it is the cradle of identity, civilization, and belief for millions across West Africa. Located in present-day Osun State, Ile-Ife is revered in Yoruba tradition as the place where life began and where the gods descended to create the earth. Archaeological findings, however, suggest the city's origins date back to between the 8th and 11th centuries CE, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited urban centers in sub-Saharan Africa. According to Yoruba mythology, Oduduwa is regarded as the progenitor of the Yoruba race and the first ruler of Ile-Ife. Oral traditions say he founded the kingdom, from which many Yoruba monarchs trace their descent. His legacy symbolizes unity and divine kingship among the Yoruba. Centuries later, under the reign of Obalufon II, believed to have ruled in the 14th century, Ile-Ife experienced a golden era marked by exceptional artistic and technological achievements. This period produced the world-famous Ife bronze and terracotta heads, celebrated for their realism and craftsmanship. Scholars have described these artifacts as evidence of an advanced mythological culture that rivaled any in medieval Europe or Asia. Recent archaeological discoveries at Igbo Olokun, near Ile-Ife, revealed ancient glass bead production sites, one of the earliest in sub-Saharan Africa. The finds, led by researchers such as Professor Adisa Ogunfolakan and Dr. Babalola Abidemi, confirm that the people of Ife were skilled innovators in trade and material science. Beyond its material legacy, Ile-Ife remains a sacred and living symbol of Yoruba spirituality. Its monarch, the Ooni of Ife, is still regarded as a custodian of tradition and a spiritual bridge between the people and their ancestral heritage. According to Bayo Laoye, a veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, the story of Ile-Ife is not merely about the past, but about continuity. Ife tells us how knowledge, art, and belief shape the destiny of a people. It is a reminder that civilization in Africa didn't begin with contact from outside. It grew from within. Today, Ile-Ife continues to attract scholars, tourists, and spiritual pilgrims from around the world, all drawn by the enduring mystery of the source. I'm Moyosore Adibi for SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back, and we apologize for that break in transmission. We've still got Barrister Len Operum here, and she's been opening our eyes to a lot. Before the break, we're asking her to help us, explain the flexible plan options, if it was a good option for anybody who wants to invest. And I think if you ask me, right, I would rather not do it, because there are so many pitfalls that are in it, and if you don't get an expert advice, it will put you in trouble. But again, I know you summarized it by saying get a lawyer to help you look at your documents. But it's getting the right one that's the good one. But final thoughts, yeah? How can your legal team help to, we'll go on another break.
A unique blend of architectural design, stunning locations, and thoughtful details. It plays a vital role in our life, providing shelter and security, wealth creation, and a sense of belonging. Properties leave a legacy for future generations, create business opportunities, and convey social status. The real estate market is constantly evolving, with trends and prices shifting in response to economic, social, and environmental factors. In-demand properties include sustainable homes, multi-generational homes, urban condos, and suburban single-family homes. The real estate market is a dynamic and ever-changing landscape, influenced by economic, social, and environmental factors. Otumbagbemi Oyenei, an expert in the field, shed more light on the real estate industry.
The trend now, and that is where terraces are coming in now, so that you can have multiple, one bed apartment and all that.
Welcome back to Just Africa. We apologize once again for the break in transmission, but we've still got Barrister Lynn here with us, and she's giving us her final thoughts on the conversation. We're looking at the two sides or the clauses that involves flexible payment plan. Use that to wrap up.
Okay, now I mentioned earlier the revocation and
yes, the clauses that usually see. Yes.
Then I also want to talk about the price variation clause. What this clause basically does, and for me, this is the most important clause in the contract of sale, considering the economic realities of the Nigerian economy in recent times. So what this clause basically, a summary of it is this, that if you're on a payment plan now and along the line the prices of things go up, for example, you're paying 100 million for a property and you've paid for like 8, 9, 10 months, and then the price of cement goes up, and then the seller or the developer sends you a message and says, oh, the price of cement has gone up. So you're now paying 135 million as against the 100 million we agreed on. So you either pay the balance or the deal is off. So now, as a lawyer, that is also where I come and look at that clause critically and see how I can help the interest of my client and salvage it. So what I basically do, I insert a clause which logs in the value of... At
the time you only purchased it?
Yes,
okay.
Exactly. Okay. So that what that my clause basically does is this. If I'm paying you now, and you need 100 bags of cement, better than get the 100 bags of cement.
Now, I'll give so that so it doesn't price doesn't change. I come and inflate my bill tomorrow. Okay, makes sense.
So that locks in the price of the material components into the contract. So that protects the right of the buyer. Yes. And then, basically, take all plus or minus. Generally, for me, for payment plans, I think the most critical question a buyer should ask him or herself is this. If I'm unable to make payments for 3 months consecutively, what happens? Do I still lose my investment?
Yeah.
Do I lose my investment, or do I have any chances of at least recouping my investment? So now, if the answer is no, you lose your investment, then I think it's a fragile plan. It's not a flexible payment plan, and you shouldn't go for it. So that's it.
Thank you so much, Barrister Lynn, for being a very I mean, look, you've taught us a lot, and I do feel like we would have you back again for another conversation, because we didn't finish most of what we had to do. At this, the time, when you're having fun, the time is always running fast. But anyway, thank you so much for being our guest for today, at least for this segment of the show. We're glad to bring you back.
I'm looking forward to that.
All right.
It's also a pleasure to be here.
All right, thank you. This conversation reinforces a simple truth, that property investment without legal protection is speculation, not wealth creation. Barrister Lynn Chiamah-Porom's work highlights how law, structure, and due diligence can turn real estate into a reliable engine for financial security, especially for women and Africans in the diaspora. Viewers are encouraged to rethink property ownership not as a rush to buy land, but as a strategic process that prioritizes legality, verification, and long-term value. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back just after this break, because we'll be having another guest on the show to break something down, especially in the creative industry. Don't go anywhere.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher, an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluebunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, Celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music and arts, Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum, where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa.
Welcome back to the second segment of Just Africa. In today's streaming era, a song can travel from Lagos to London in just seconds. A film can reach millions with one click. And of course, an artist can go viral overnight. But visibility does not always equal sustainability. Streams don't always mean income, and talent alone is no longer enough. On the second segment of Just Africa, we dive into a very powerful conversation, which is looking at going beyond passion to profession, building sustainable careers for African artists in this streaming era. This is about more than fame. It's about ownership, royalties, contracts, digital platforms, and the systems that artists need to build careers, not just moments. We're asking the hard questions. How do African artists earn consistently in a global digital economy? How do they protect their work? And how do they move from hustle to longevity? Of course, do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television and subscribe to our YouTube channel, which is Just Africa Show. This second segment of Just Africa features Blex, but it is Blessing Tenuma, a talent manager and music executive whose journey reflects the evolving structure of Africa's music industry. From music blogging to professional training at the Music Business Academy for Africa and onward into talent management, label work, and industry leadership, Blessing represents a new generation of African music professionals that are building systems around talent. Hello, Blessing, or let me just call you Blex.
Hi.
So I'll just stick to Blex, right?
Yeah, Blex is fine. Good afternoon.
Hi. So, hey, head God, I'm so wowed at your work because I was able to read some of them before I came on. But first off, why did you delve into talent management? Was it because you realized you were able to spot talent once you see it anywhere?
I think all of this started out for my love for music. I mean, personally, over the years, or should I say, growing up, I have really, really loved music. Loved the ability to listen to music, not just any type of music though. I have my personal preferences, you get. And there is always a saying, and which has actually been proved to be true, that music that you listen to at your teenage age will actually shape will actually shape the kind of sound that you like over time. And this should I say, this has actually been the foundation of my love for music and also my music career, you get. So I started out first being a music blogger. I didn't just jump into talent management. I started out by doing music blogging, and I started a music blog immediately I finished secondary school. I know it might sound funny. Some persons might say, "How do you do it? How did you start and all that?" I got help from family and friends. I always want to venture into the entertainment industry, but specifically the music industry in general, because like I mentioned, the kind of sound, the kind of music you listen to at your teenage age or at your teenage years really matters a lot. That will shape the kind of music you might eventually want to listen to for the rest of your life, you get. So while doing music blogging, I realized I didn't just want to talk about music, you get. So I wanted to help artists to build careers. So this was one of the main reasons I moved from blogging into talent management, you get. I want to build careers. I want to see what happens behind the scene. I've always been so much fascinated, yes, about what happens behind the scenes. So the real work that happens behind the scenes, I want to see all of that. I'm always someone that loves to be very much involved in the guidance and planning stage of projects, of things. So I imagine myself being in the guidance and planning stage of an artist career. So these are some of the reasons why I decided that, I think talent management is something it's a career path I believe I will excel in, you get. Yeah. So this is why I actually,
So when you say you're a talent manager, what does that mean basically? Because the truth is, you delved into music from blogging, and you told us how the journey was for you. But talent management that you chose now, what does it really mean? What work are you expected to be doing for the talent or with the talent?
Okay. I would say that's really a very interesting question because there is a lot of work. I mean, there is a lot of work to be done in talent management. I mean, people just see the manager of an artist and just assume, these guys are eating money, you're making money.
It's not a lie now.
But like I mentioned, there is a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes. You get. So there is a lot of biggest misconceptions people, or should I say fans, they have about artist manager, you get. So they just feel like it's just for the glam and the camera, you're just there, you're just following the artist all around and all that, you get. But there's a lot of work, you understand. So for me, I would say there's a whole lot of work, like I mentioned. You have to plan with the artist. So I would definitely say, as an artist manager or as a talent manager, I would say the artist is more like a friend and also an enemy partner at the same time. Yes, because you agree to disagree sometimes, and sometimes the artist might see you as not really a friend at that particular time. You do not agree with their with whatever or their ideas or their ideology they have at that particular time. Yeah, so they might not really see you as a friend. They might see you like, this guy.
You want to stifle their growth or something.
Exactly. But the whole nutshell about talent management or about artist management is doing what you know is best for the artist. putting the artist first. You get making sure the artists grow in every areas or in every part of their career. You get making sure the artist career is not stagnant, does not remain in one position. And also you need to follow the money as well, because talent management. Very important. Yes, talent management is a business. I mean, it's a partnership between you and the artist. And we all know about business partnerships. Artists tend to, partners tend to fight, partners tend to quarrel. There might be times that there are disagreements and all that. But the ability for you guys to come together, understand yourselves, and put your heads together and make sure that whatever you're working on, you can actually achieve it. The essence of partnership is having one goal. You get so that's the essence of an artist and a manager.
All right. I mean, I know that it's difficult to manage talent, right? Because you people have knuckleheads, because ideas are always from two different places. How did going for the class, was it an Africa business, music business or something that you went to, how did it help you understand how to navigate some of these obstacles that you might find in the line of work of being a talent manager?
Okay. I don't know if there will be a lot of time, but going into the music business academy,
I've got so many questions to ask you.
Okay. The Music Business Academy was really a game changer for me. I won't lie. Okay. I mean, at first it started out as I was able to go in via the scholarship routes. Shout out to AudioMark for sponsoring me as one of the students for the Music Business Academy. I applied and I got in. So AudioMark really helps me a lot. I won't lie about that. And it was really thrilling. I mean, getting to meet people that you've admired in the music industry, speaking to you as tutors, facilitators, speakers on different courses. You get, so what the Music Business Academy did for me was, it was able to help me to understand the music business, able to understand music as a business ecosystem. So there's a difference between now when you register for the Music Business Academy and you started out the courses, after a couple of months, you know there's a difference between being just a fan and being in the music business, because the music business is entirely different from just the music itself. You get, so it's not just all about creativity. There is a business behind the creativity we all see. There is another aspect of the music, which is the music business. So this is what the Music Business Academy actually helps. It's helped in changing my perspective. You get, I learned a lot. I mean, about contracts, rights, planning, long-term thinking, creativity, how to manage artists, managing your emotions as a talent manager. These are things that are very much important. And one thing I'm really grateful for the Music Business Academy in Africa, shout out to Godwin Tom for putting these programs together. It gave me this confidence, you get, and it boosted me, gave me this confidence to be able to operate professionally and not emotionally in the music industry. Because trust me, there are a whole lot of things that are ready to mess up with your emotions in the music industries, from artists to producers. So a whole lot of other
we know you would do that a lot. So, but I want to ask this. I mean, look, we know that there's an ecosystem. How do you spot talent first? Because I want look. The first question, are you able to spot talents naturally? Before, how do you now ensure these talents can last long in a music ecosystem like Africa?
Okay. Personally, yes, I am able to spot talents. I mean, currently the artists I manage, I spotted them out myself. I mean, it might take some time. Someone that is new, that is trying to get into the music industry, because like I said, the kind of sound you enjoy, the kind of artists you would want to manage might be different from the kind of artist I would like to manage. Because why? We are different people. We have different ideas. We have different perspectives towards things. You get, so the kind of sounds I enjoy, the kind of artists I would want to manage might not be the kind of artist that you would want to manage, or the kind of music that you would want to listen to. So one thing I try to do first is this: if I do not enjoy an artist's music, I don't think it is necessary for me to manage a particular artist because I might find it difficult working. Yes, because I might find it difficult working with the artist. So I can literally tell you that if I can literally tell you that, oh, I have an artist I manage, I can listen to his songs all day, all week, all month, and I will not get tired. Why? Because I enjoy that kind of music. I enjoy.
What kind of music? I'll interrupt you there. I'll interrupt you there. I'm sorry. I'll interrupt you. What kind of music do you like?
It's not necessary to answer that.
No, it is because I mean, if we have potential talents out there and they've got their music and they want to pitch it to you, they need to understand the kind of music that you like.
I feel like that's a whole different ball game you get. So not every talent I spot I would want to manage personally.
Okay.
You get. So in as much as I like your music or I do not like your music, that does not mean you are not manageable, or that does not mean your career is not or there's nothing we can do about it. You get. But I'm just saying personally, I love picking artists that I love their sound. You get. So it would be easier for us to work together because why? I love your sound. I understand the kind of music you already do. So definitely it is easier for me to work with that kind of artist than an artist that I might find it difficult not to I'll find it difficult not to play their song for a whole. I'll find it difficult not to play their song, or I might not find it pleasing listening to their sound. You get. So it is more easier when you enjoy doing something than when you are just doing it because you just want to do it. So I am doing talent management. I am managing those particular artists because first things first, I enjoy listening to their music. So imagine when you enjoy listening to their music, I am sure you as a manager, the creativity process, the planning and everything will actually go smoothly the way you want it. Yes, because you know you enjoy doing that particular thing.
How do you avoid burnout of your talents, or for example, one-hit wonders of your talents? How do you avoid things like that?
That's a very tricky question. I would say for burnouts, I mean, there is a lot you get. There is a lot to do. Avoiding burnouts as a talent manager comes with a whole lot you get, and with the fast-paced world the music industry is today, or the entertainment industry is in general, you get, without structure, artists tend to get burnout easily. You understand, and they even set themselves up in confusion because an artist or an artist team or an artist and a manager that does not have a proper structure, you might see either they tend to release music anyhow, abruptly, or there is no proper planning for every of their releases. And over time, this might lead to the artist being burnt out. This might lead to teams getting confused. So how do you avoid such things? Your goal needs to be very much aligned. You understand? You need to understand that you are not here for the short time. You are here for a longer time. So when you're planning your vision for your artist, you need to plan a long-term vision, not a short-term vision. You get? So all of these will be able to balance creative freedom and business discipline, not so as you will not be able to, so as the artist will not be burnt out. You understand? So as the team will not be confused. So as a manager, you need to be very much intentional about the releases you put out there. You need to be very much intentional about the planning. You need to be very much intentional about the timing. About the timing. So it is also very important that you have a long-term goals for your artist. You also need to have a short-term plan for your artist. So when these plans are being followed, when the structures are being put into place, there will be no burnout, there will be no confusion, everything can run in smoothly. Obviously, we know that things change over time. It might not run in smoothly 100%, but when you have a structure that is being put out there, you get everything can easily run in smoothly, as seamlessly as possible. So not burnout does not just happen for the artist, it also affects the management and the team as well. So there might be confusions and all that. But like I said, structure is what beats all of this. So when there's structure, you would know the right thing to do.
Yeah. Okay. I think let's even come to what happens now in the music industry. A lot of people are putting so much attention to streaming numbers. Some will argue that there's now stream farm. So most of the numbers that you see out there are not real. How important is streaming, first off, to the career of a music artist?
Okay. Streaming is very important, no doubt. You get streaming is very, very important. It is important that streaming is so important that with the advancements of smartphones, technologies, you rarely see people hopping in, buying CDs and playing it. That was the era of the Alaba thing, yeah. It still works. People still do that, yeah. But right now, I think African artists are being focused on streaming. And with the rising of a lot of streaming platforms in Africa, I work for one, Just Play. You can check it out if you've not. It's a streaming platform meant for African artists. So with the advancement of a lot of streaming platforms that have come into the African market, a lot of artists are focused on numbers. So right now, it's like the music industry is more of a numbers game. And there's a whole lot of things around the streaming, you understand. So, and one thing artists fail to understand is that streams doesn't automatically mean fans.
Exactly.
So it's not like, let's say, you have like 1 million streams on a particular song. Doesn't transcend to you having 1 million fans somewhere. You can have 1 million streams and you can put out an event and you might not see up to 20,000 persons attending that event. So stream doesn't transcend to numbers because a lot of artists fail to realize that, and a lot of teams fail to realize that streaming doesn't transcend to numbers. You need to build a community that loves your sound, a community that enjoys listening to you, a community that will be there for you no matter what. Over the past few years, you must have noticed the biggest fan bases we have in the African music industry, or should I say the Nigerian music industry currently right now. And those fan bases are ready to go all in for the artist. So these are things that new generation of artists need to consider and need to understand that community building is very, very important than your streaming numbers, because the streaming numbers might appear as 1 million streams and it might not even necessarily generate into a larger income as you want it to be, and you might not be able to transcend this into physical numbers. This is physical shows, physical events, merch, collaborations, and every other thing that is needed. And in terms of the streaming fraud is always going to be an issue in the music industry. This is something that they've been tackling for the longest. And that's why I mentioned artists building community. It is very, very important to build community, because when you build community, you have people that are listening to your music. You would not have time to partake or go into inflating your numbers, inflating those figures on your profile, so that people will see that, you have a lot of persons that are listening to your song. And at the end, when they book you for an event, you might not be able to pull in as much crowd as they thought you will be able to do. Yes. Exactly.
Just give maybe 2 or 3 options that artists can use to build community. I know I had a guest here yesterday and she mentioned like meet and greet, where the person come and eventually meet your fans and then perform. Are there other strategies that artists can use to create these communities?
There is a whole lot. There's a whole lot of strategies artists can use in creating all of these communities. But I would say that, like I mentioned, the music industry is a fast-paced industry, you get. So what do you need to do? First things first, I'm an artist. I started out freshly. This is my first time putting out music. It simply means that if it's your first time, you do not have people listening to you. You understand? And if it's your first time, you might not be able to do meet and greet instantly. The first people that will listen to your song might necessarily be your family and friends. You get? So, exactly. So your family and friends will be the first person to listen to your music. and they can share it to other people and tell them, oh, my bro just dropped a new song. Oh, my brother just dropped a new song. My friend just dropped a new song. Please hop on it and listen to it. There is one artist I really admire when it comes to community building. He does something that a lot of other artists do not do. It's called mailing list. An artist that does this is Adekunle Gold. Okay. Exactly. Adekunle Gold shares, he sends in mails to his fans. I'm sure there might be other artists that do that, but as much as effectively Adekunle Gold does it a whole lot more. Yeah. And he sends emails to his fans, updates. Before you see those updates on social media, his core fans must have gotten a couple of updates from him. He checks up on them, asks them how they are doing and all that. So for an artist, I could say you could start up a mailing list. You might have 5 people listening to your music in one day. They can subscribe to your mailing list, and you can reach out to them as often as you can, maybe 3 times a month, 4 times a month. Before you put out new releases to the public, these are the first set of people that should have access to those songs first. Why? They'll feel closer to you, they'll feel more informed, and they'll feel more special. You get, because one thing I understand about fans is, or as humans, one thing we've come to understand about ourselves is we always want to feel special. You get, we always want to have the opportunity to feel special. So any opportunity to make another person feel special, that person will not take it for granted. So if let's say you make 5 fans this month feel special, 5 fans might tell another 5 fans about your music. You've gotten more added fans
organically
exactly. And you keep building like that. You keep building your mailing list like that. And from that mailing list, you can transcend to start having meet and greets your fans,
and then
because
shows.
Because by then you must have built a community around your mailing list. Exactly.
Anyway, because of time, just give me your final thoughts. Give advice to aspiring artists, and then give your advice to talent managers, especially if you want to grow the African music industry and ecosystem. Just your final thoughts.
Okay, so for my final thoughts, I would say, there are a whole lot of advice flying out left and right. Before I even started out in the music industry, I watch a lot of stuff and I listen to a lot of things. Like I say, shout out to the Music Business for Africa for giving me the opportunity to learn the music business very well and learn it very deeply. It is also important as an aspiring manager or an aspiring music executive. You need to understand the music business deeply. You get, and you need to always put in structure for yourself. Be it a manager, be it a music executive. As long as you're working with a talent, either an artist or a producer, you need to put in structure. Structure is very important before speed, and also you need to be patient. You get, so careers are not just built overnight; they are built over the years. Brick by brick, you are going to get there. You get me? And it is also important that you should know that for Africa, for me, I would always say for Africa, talent is not the problem. What the major problem we're having in Africa right now is the structure for our music, structure for the music industry. You get, so once we are able to fix the systems behind the music, the artists in Africa, they'll be able to thrive naturally. So these are things that I believe, that aspiring managers, they need to know, or aspiring music executives, they need to know about. Thank you.
One word. What's the name of the artist that you manage?
Okay, his name is Trex.
Trex.
Yeah, it's at CREGGZ.
Okay, Trex. Oh, Trex. Like threats. Like it sounds like only threatening. Okay. I think it's something we'll go and, when we go and watch him, we will now know the kind of music that you like. I'm giving that as exposed to the artists that are listening to the conversation today. Thank you so much, Blessing, for coming today for the show. We'll look to have you again some other time, all right?
Thank you.
All right. Africa's music future depends not only on talent, as we've seen, but also on people who understand how to build the careers around that talent. Of course, through Blessing Teneme's journey, Just Africa highlights the quiet but powerful work shaping African music global rise. Let's have a better informed creative ecosystem where artists, managers, and of course professionals understand the value of structure, patience, and strategy. And this will bring a close to today's episode of Just Africa. Well, till when we come again tomorrow, please do well to stay safe out there.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011. And they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning. But I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I've done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this the reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025, so that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then, unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies' income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended aspect, amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of them, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina. You have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill, but how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claim. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that has been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that custom should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. Custom, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill is passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the state internal revenue service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the state revenue service to utilize in generating revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the state internal revenue service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered. Because of the nature of Nigerian, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to, they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be barred from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigerian Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which will have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have the technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less. And it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of Internal Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it, but with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like these are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own. Have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level, where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representatives into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problems between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect. But they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the Joint Revenue Board will now be more powerful than what we know before as Joint Tax Board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my point is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of their countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individual, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those impositions of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, "This is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot, the firing squad, because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain, and then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because that the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished. You may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are reliant on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute project, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, what you said earlier, has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country. VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affects everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my reading, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bill are passed into law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, you are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for VATable goods and services and non-VATable goods and services. No separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in prices will be on VATable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you're looking for jobs. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side, and increase in inflation is a killer to businesses, because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services, and when you stop production, you sack your employees, and then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the state in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that need to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, one VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population, and then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, in the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some states than in some other states. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to states where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe recharge card and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, or whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or wherever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. At the state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That will go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, that are the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the cross of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people have saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Not previously. Right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up.
It has been jacked up.
And the depreciation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now, as they go against it. Since now the derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this, and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion that they will just go back to pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later day. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy. And that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy. 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. From 2030 and up thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences. And they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%. 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that will show that we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NEL Fund. NEL Fund. So NEL Fund is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL Fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL Fund. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED Fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NEL Fund will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, NASEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASENI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to cut them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED Fund will not be getting anything. But from that 27 to 29, they said TED Fund will be getting 66 and 2/3%. And NELDA will get 33 and 1/3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about third phone. It is only nail phone that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all the three agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be passed out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent, are being to working on target, how can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only nail phone, even before transferring everything to nail phone is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend university or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as third point is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee, you are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the federal university college education polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents will insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds. Because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fee. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester. In Nigeria here, some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either take one to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, to go to NELPO to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And they made it very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation, and even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How will that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I'm of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for third point, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other rate. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third fund, which is like reducing what third fund is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. before third point is getting 3% of the assessable profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then null fund, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%. Saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycles, etc. We give them 5%. And then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay? So that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meeting with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small your contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I said, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. So there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that person, that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered, to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Where you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing the transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from tax, from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you say 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap! If this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain this figure. But you can see some sign of it. And you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net. And then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I find my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, in the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that I've been making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue of sharing of VAT, that the governors and traditional rulers in the North, they are forced to raise alarm. And they raise alarm on this matter only. For all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a northerner. So I talk as a Nigerian. My concern is about the Nigerian people. And the northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position, or the worry they express is just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. And even that provision has been made perfectly, I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. A president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making the Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it into a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this bill, if corrected.
Very good afternoon to you and welcome to the World News. We are reaching you live from our studios at SOUQ News TV. I'm Oyin Priye Krumale. Let's begin with today's top stories. The federal government says Nigeria has attracted $14 billion in combined foreign portfolio and foreign direct investment in the first 9 months of 2025. The Nigeria Customs Service, Port Harcourt 2 Command, generates 731.2 billion naira in revenue, exceeding approved 2025 target. Morocco is set to hold exports of frozen sardines from February 1st to protect local supplies and contain prices. United States and Venezuela seals deal to export a $2 billion worth of Venezuelan crude oil to the United States, aimed at diverting supplies from China. And in the world of sports, Fenerbahce intensifies pursuit of Atalanta forward Ademola Lookman, proposes 42 million euros as offer for the young Nigerian. Now let's begin. The federal government says Nigeria has attracted nearly $14 billion in combined foreign portfolio and foreign direct investment in the first 9 months of 2025, citing renewed investor confidence. Officials said that the policy reforms, macroeconomic adjustments, and improved market signals help reverse capital flight and reposition the country as a more attractive destination for global investors. In a statement on Tuesday, the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment said the inflows already surpasses total foreign investment recorded in 2024. The ministry described 2025 as a defining year, pointing to regulatory clarity, investor engagement, and targeted incentives supporting capital inflows. According to the reports, foreign portfolio investment led the rebound, rising to $12.99 billion, reflecting stronger market participation. Foreign direct investment also recorded growth from a low base, reinforcing expectations of sustained recovery if reforms, stability, and policy consistency are maintained. Officials said momentum must be protected to attract longer-term productive capital inflows nationwide economy. And the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria says domestic air travel continues to decline, even as international passenger traffic records steady growth. Figures released on Tuesday show passenger movements within Nigeria have dropped to their lowest ebb in 3 years, highlighting a widening imbalance in the aviation sector and growing pressure on local carriers. The Federal Airport Authority of Nigerian data indicate that while international routes are benefiting from increased demand and stronger foreign travel, domestic operators are struggling to sustain passenger numbers. Aviation analysts said rising costs, reduced capacity, and weak consumer purchasing power are combining to depress local air travel nationwide. Local air operators blame multiple taxes and charges imposed across the sector throughout 2024 and 2025. They say the levies have driven up operating expenses, leading to sharp increases in domestic ticket prices. Industry stakeholders also warn that without urgent policy intervention, domestic air travel could continue to shrink, affecting connectivity, employment, and overall sector stability across Nigeria's aviation industry. The federal government has incurred 1.98 trillion naira in electricity subsidy obligations over a 12-month period, highlighting mounting fiscal pressures in the power sector. The subsidy covered October 2024 to September 2025 as electricity tariffs remained below cost-reflective levels. The burden comes amid reports and efforts to clear over 4 trillion naira owed to power generation companies. Quarterly reports released by the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, shows rising subsidy costs across the year in the fourth quarter of 2024, covering October to December. The subsidy stood at 471.69 billion naira. It rose to 536.4 billion naira in the first quarter of 2025, before easing slightly to 514.35 billion naira in the second quarter. The latest NAC report released on Tuesday puts subsidy spending at 458.75 billion naira in the third quarter of 2025, bringing the 12-month period total to 1.98 trillion naira. Analysts warn that the trend is unsustainable without tariff reforms. Officials say the balancing affordability with sector viability remains critical to stabilizing supply and investor confidence nationwide, as power market reforms remain under active government review, according to reports. Now, electricity generation companies in Nigeria received $7.12 million and 3.19 billion naira from bilateral customers in the third quarter of 2025, according to the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC. The figures highlight ongoing payment challenges in the power market, particularly from international counterparties, raising concerns about liquidity, cash flow, and ability of GENCOs to meet obligations. The NERC third quarter 2025 report shows domestic bilateral customers recorded relatively strong payment performances during the period. However, international bilateral customers continue to lag significantly, paying only a fraction of invoices issued, a trend regulators said is weakening settlement cycles and straining revenue predictability across the electricity value chain nationwide. Industry analysts warn that persistent shortfalls from international customers threaten market sustainability. They said delayed payments increase pressure on GENCOs, deepen sector debt, and limit investments in generation capacity. NAC says addressing contract enforcement of foreign currency risks and payment discipline remains critical to restoring confidence and long-term stability nationwide. Now, Nigeria's T2 network, formerly known as 9 Mobile, has seen significant subscriber losses amid continued dissatisfaction with the telecommunications services. The Nigerian Communications Commission reports that about 28,000 customers left the network between January and October 2025, reflecting ongoing challenges for operators in retaining users. Data from the NCC shows that nearly 3,000 subscribers exited T2 between August and October. The monthly figures indicate 1,111 ported out of August, 724 in September, and 890 in October, while only 61 customers joined the network during the same period. The net result was a loss of 2,664 subscribers over a 3-month period, highlighting persistent services issues. Industry analysts said the poor network quality, coverage gaps, and customer service concerns continues to drive the porting activity. Operators are urged to improve reliability, pricing, and engagement to retain subscribers. Regulators also note that the porting window remains a critical tool for customers to exercise choice and pressure providers to exchange telecom services nationwide. The Association of Nigerian Licensed Custom Agents Western Zone has opposed a planned increase in local charges by shipping companies, calling them arbitrary, ill-timed, and unjustifiable. Officials said the unilateral fees risk disrupting freight operations and could spark strong resistance from customers and logistics stakeholders if implemented without consultations. The association also warned that the continued imposition of exploitative charges undermines collaboration between agents and shipping lines. They stressed that shipping companies failed to provide sufficient notice or clear justification, fueling tensions across the sector and raising concerns about the impact on trade, efficiency, and costs nationwide. Association of Nigerian Licensed Custom Agents officials also note that economic indices often cited to justify the hikes, diesel, premium motor spirit, popularly called petrol, and foreign exchange rates have largely stabilized over the past 18 months. They urged shipping companies to reconsider the increases, calling for transparent dialogue and evidence-based adjustments to ensure fairness, avoid disruptions, and protect trade stakeholders across Nigerians' import and export logistics chain. The Nigerian Customs Service Port Harcourt 2 Command says it generated 731.2 billion naira in revenue in 2025, exceeding its approved annual target. The command also confirmed the interception of 75 containers during enforcement operations. Officials said the performance reflects stricter controls, improved compliance, and sustained monitoring of import activities within the command's area. In a statement issued on Tuesday, the command's public relations officer, Theophilus Dunia, described the outcome as a significant operational milestone. He said a revenue target of 700.01 billion naira was set for the year based on earlier performance and expectations from the headquarters to strengthen revenue collection and trade regulations across the ports. Dunia said total collections exceeded the target by 4.46%. He added that enforcement, stakeholders' engagement, and professionalism will remain priorities in 2026. The customs authorities said efforts will be intensified to curb smuggling, secure government revenue, and strengthen across states on the ports and borders and other entry points into the country. Now, still to come in the news, China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi begins annual New Year tour of Africa, focuses on trade, access, and ship routes. I'll bring you details of that story and more after the break. Do join us again.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeliji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us in the news. Now, Morocco will hold export of frozen sardines from February 1st, 2026 to protect local supplies and contain prices, according to officials. Sardines are a staple food for Moroccan households, and the country is the world's top exporter, benefiting from extensive Atlantic and Mediterranean coastlines. Cabinet member in charge of fisheries, Zakia Draochi, told Parliament that the decision was prompted by a noticeable drop in supply. He also did not specify how long the export ban would remain in effect, but said it aims to ensure sufficient availability for domestic consumption and stabilize market prices for Moroccan families. Industry observers note that Morocco's sardine exports are a key part of global trade, and the suspension could affect buyers abroad. Analysts expect domestic prices to stabilize temporarily, while exporters and wholesalers may face a logistical and economic adjustments as authorities manage the supply shortage and protect local consumers across the country. Now, China's top diplomat, Foreign Minister Wang Yi, has begun his annual year tour of Africa, focusing on trade access, shipping routes, and resource supply lines. The visit underscores Beijing's efforts to strengthen economic and strategic ties across Eastern and Southern Africa. Wang Yi will travel to Ethiopia, Africa's fastest growing large economy, Somalia, offering access to critical Horn of Africa shipping lines, and Tanzania, a logistic hub connecting mineral-rich Central Africa to the Indian Ocean, and Lesotho, a small Southern African economy affected by U.S. trade measures. The tour runs until January the 12th, with officials emphasizing trade, investment, and diplomatic engagement. Analysts said the trip aims to secure China's long-term access to key resources and shipping channels, strengthen bilateral relations, and counterbalance other global powers in the region. Observers expect agreements on infrastructure, trade, facilitation, and investment to feature prominently during discussions across the 4 African nations, according to reports. Now, Thailand's central bank says the economy is facing significant challenges, with exports expected to be negatively affected by U.S. tariffs and a persistently overvalued baht. Officials warn that declining competitiveness could weigh on growth and trade performance in the coming months. The Southeast Asian nation, the region's second-largest economy, is struggling with multiple pressures, raising currency value and high household debt, and political uncertainty ahead of elections in early February, are compounded by a border conflict with Cambodia and lingering external trade restrictions. Analysts said economists note that without policy adjustments, Thailand's economic growth could be constrained, particularly in export-dependent sectors. The central bank emphasizes the need for structural reforms, fiscal support, and monetary measures to boost competitiveness, stabilize the baht, and protect businesses. Observers warn that ongoing global and domestic pressures will require coordinated policy action to sustain stability and maintain investor confidence nationwide. Now, shares of Indian jewelry retailers jumped on Wednesday after companies reported strong sales growth for the December quarter, fueled by robust festive season demand despite rising gold prices. Investors responded positively to the sector's resilience, highlighting consumer appetite for luxury items during the holiday period. The Titan company shares climbed by 4.8% to a record high of 4,307.80 rupees after the company announced a 40% jump in sales. Analysts said the performance reflects strong consumer confidence and effective inventory management, supporting margins even amid high raw material costs. The market observers also note that jewelry retailers benefited from seasonal demand and strategic promotions, helping offset inflationary pressures on gold. The sector's rally underscores growing investor optimism and resilience in discretionary spending, with companies expected to maintain momentum in the new year if festive season trends and consumer sentiment remains very strong. And now, South Korean President Lee Jae-myung says progress has been made in restoring trust with Beijing and has asked Chinese President Xi Jinping to help mediate Seoul's effort to engage North Korea. Lee made the remark on Wednesday during a visit to Shanghai. Lee said discussions with Xi focused on the nuclear-armed North Korean regime, with Xi emphasizing that patience would be essential in dealing with Pyongyang. The The talks reflect Seoul's effort to strengthen dialogue with China as a key partner in the regional security and denuclearization initiatives. Officials and analysts note that China's role remains pivotal in facilitating communication between Korea's. Seoul aims to leverage Beijing's influence to promote sustainability on the Korean peninsula, encouraging denuclearization and creating opportunities for diplomatic engagement while managing regional tensions and balancing relationship with both the United States and neighboring powers in the northeastern country. Now, Australia consumer prices rose by less than forecast in November. Official data has shown on Wednesday, signaling slower headline inflation. However, core inflation remained persistent, keeping market expectations alive that the Reserve Bank may need to raise interest rates as early as next month. The data initially caused the Australian dollar to slip, though it later recovered to $0.6734. A 3-year government bond futures rose briefly by 5 ticks before giving up change, closing slightly lower at 95.78%, reflecting cautious investor sentiment amid inflationary uncertainty. Economists said the mixed signals complicate monetary policy decisions, while headline inflation appears manageable. Persistent core inflation suggests underlying price pressures remain. Officials also emphasize monitoring trends closely, noting that policy adjustments may be required to ensure inflation stays within target ranges and to maintain confidence in Australia's economic recovery and financial stability. Now, Japan has described China's ban on dual-use export for its military as absolutely unacceptable, officials said on Wednesday, amid growing tensions between the two Asian economic powers. The measures come as concerns rise over potential broader restrictions on rare earth, vital for technology and defense industries. The dual-use items include goods, software, or technologies with both civilian and military applications. Critical mineral resources also used in drones, semiconductors, and advanced electronics are particularly affected, raising alarm in Japan's industrial and defense sectors. Authorities warn that restrictions could disrupt supply chains and weaken Japan's technology competitiveness. Analysts said the dispute reflects escalating strategic rivalry and trade frictions between the countries. Japan is expected to pressure diplomatic channels while exploring alternative sources for essential minerals. Observers also note that prolonged curbs could have wider implications for global technology markets and regional security, highlighting strategic importance of critical exports in Asia's industrial and defense landscape. Now, still to come in the news, around 100 flights were cancelled on Wednesday morning at Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport due to heavy snowfall and extreme cold, according to official reports. We'll bring you that story and more after this break. Just stay with us.
It begins with the ordinary. A shopper walks into a supermarket, picks a product from the shelf, marked 2,000 naira, and gets to the counter only to be told it costs 2,400 naira. To most Nigerians, it's just another frustrating moment at the checkout. But to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, it's a violation, one that captures the complex realities of consumer rights and fair competition in Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods sector. Between March and August 2025, the FCCPC recorded 1,543 consumer complaints within the FMCG sector, the second highest across all industries during that period. The complaints range from deceptive marketing and product defects to poor disclosure of terms and delayed complaint resolution. The FMCG industry, known for its quick turnover and intense price sensitivity, remains one of Nigeria's most competitive sectors. Yet, beneath its vibrancy, lies a network of compliance hurdles and market pressure points. Bayo Olaoye notes in this special report that the FCCPC continues to face tough challenges in maintaining balance between regulation and market realities. He explains that some trade associations allegedly adopt restrictive practices such as uniform pricing, high membership fees, and entry barriers, which can distort fair competition if unchecked. In one notable case, he recalls, the FCCPC sealed a supermarket in Abuja in February 2024 after discovering discrepancies between displayed prices and checkout charges, a clear case of deceptive pricing. According to Olaoye's analysis, Nigeria's Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, FCCPA 2018, provides the strongest legal foundation for consumer rights protection in the country. The Act guarantees the right to safety, requiring that all goods and services sold to the public be safe for ordinary use. Unsafe products must be withdrawn immediately once identified. It also guarantees the right to information, ensuring that consumers receive accurate details about price, composition, quantity, and use conditions before purchase. Where goods turn out defective, the consumer is entitled to repair, replacement, or refund. Sections of the FCCPA further prohibit false representation, bait advertising, and exaggerated claims, with sanctions reaching up to 10% of a company's annual turnover. Olaoye points out that state agencies such as LASCOPA complement FCCPC's efforts, helping consumers access information, redress, and awareness of their rights. Despite these laws, FMCG companies operate under immense economic strain. Rising inflation, forex shortages, and unpredictable input costs have made compliance increasingly difficult. Several multinationals have either scaled down or exited the Nigerian market, citing high operating costs and regulatory pressures. Still, as Olaoye observes, consumer protection and fair competition remain non-negotiable principles for any healthy economy. In 2023, the FCCPC fined a multinational FMCG company $110 million for abusing market dominance and stifling competition. Olaoye highlights the case as a major signal of the Commission's resolve to hold both local and foreign players accountable. Olaoye argues that compliance should not be viewed merely as a legal requirement, but a strategic business investment that strengthens consumers' trust and market credibility. He recommends that FMCG firms integrate compliance clauses into contracts, conduct regular audits, and maintain transparent pricing practices. Predatory or collusive pricing, he warns, can damage reputation and attract severe sanctions. The way forward. For Nigeria's FMCG sector, the path forward lies in collaboration, transparency, and innovation. Olaoye concludes that legal practitioners and compliance officers must continue to bridge the gap between policy and practice through staff training, regulatory monitoring, and transparent communication. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the news. Now, Caracas and Washington have reached a deal to export up to $2 billion worth of Venezuelan crude oil to the United States, President Donald Trump said on Tuesday in a flagship nationwide broadcast aimed at diverting supplies from China and reducing deeper oil production costs. The agreement comes amid heightened pressure on Venezuela's oil sector and efforts to ease export blockades imposed since mid-December. Trump said he wants interim President Ildeklai Rodriguez to give the U.S. and private companies total access to Venezuela's oil industry, a condition tied to broader engagement and potential incentives. They added that it's between 30 and 50 million barrels of sanctioned oil will be transferred to U.S. ports, with proceeds sold at market price under U.S. oversight. According to the announcement, the arrangement is expected to increase Venezuelan flows to the U.S., where Chevron currently controls exports under U.S. authorization. Analysts said the deal could help stabilize supply and prevent further cuts, while raising questions about Tehran's role, China's market share, and long-term viability of Venezuela's oil sector under sanctions and geopolitical tension. Now, France says it is coordinating with international partners on a plan to respond if the United States acts on its threat to take over Greenland, officials said on Wednesday. The Foreign Affairs Minister Jean-Noël Barrot emphasized that France is engaging allies to assess potential diplomatic and strategic measures. Barrot said the issue will be raised during his meeting with the Foreign Minister of Germany and Poland later on Wednesday. Officials said the discussion aims to explore coordinated positions, reinforce alliances, and evaluate potential geopolitical and security implications of any U.S. action in Arctic region. Analysts note that Greenland's strategic location and resources make it a sensitive geopolitical focus. France and its partners stress the importance of dialogue, regional stability, and adherence to international law while closely monitoring U.S. intentions. The coordinated approach reflects broader concerns over Arctic security and global power dynamics in strategic territories. Now, around 100 flights were cancelled on Wednesday morning at Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport due to heavy snowfall and extreme cold. Officials have reported. The airport also in the French capital reported an additional 40 cancellations as winter weather disrupted operations and delayed passenger travel across the city's main aviation hubs. Transport Minister Philippe Tabarot said on Tuesday that authorities had anticipated the disruptions. He said teams were mobilized to clear runways and de-ice aircraft and manage passenger flow, adding that officials were hoping the situation returns to normal this afternoon as conditions improve. Airlines advised travelers to check flight status and also allow extra time for travel, while authorities warned that adverse weather could continue to affect schedules. Aviation analysts note that winter storms in northern Europe often cause cascading delays, underscoring the need for contingency planning and flexibility for both domestic and international travelers navigating the Paris airport network. And the United States has announced a new travel rules requiring Nigerians applying for B1 and B2 business and tourism visas to post bonds of up to $15,000. The move aims to tighten immigration compliance for nationals from countries classified as high risk, officials have said. According to notice from the United States Department of State on Tuesday, Nigeria is among 38 countries affected, with African nations making up 24 of the list. The policy is designed to ensure applicants meet visa obligations and reduce overstays, while giving consular officers additional financial safeguards for high-risk cases. The new measures will take effect on different dates for each country, with Nigeria's implementation scheduled for January 21st. Analysts warn that the policy could increase travel costs and reduce short-term tourism and business trips, while prospective visitors are advised to plan early, secure the required bond, and comply with visa regulations to avoid entry complications. Nigerian Football Federation says the Super Eagles will leave Fez for Marrakech on Thursday as they prepare for their Africa Cup of Nations quarterfinals clash in Morocco. Officials said the team will face the winner of Algeria and DR Congo in Saturday's match, scheduled to kick off at 5 p.m. In a statement on Wednesday, the NFF confirmed that 26 available players participated in the team's latest training sessions on Tuesday evening at the Sardine complex. The coach emphasizes fitness, tactical drills, and team cohesion ahead of the knockout stage. Sports analysts said that relocating to Marrakech allows the squad to acclimatize to local conditions and focus on match preparations. Officials also stressed the importance of maintaining discipline, tactical sharpness, and morale as Nigeria aims to extend its three-time AFCON champion legacy while navigating the pressure of high-stake knockout football in the tournament's final stages. And also, still in sports, Fenerbahce are intensifying their pursuit of Atalanta forward Ademola Lookman, preparing an opening bid during the January transfer window. According to reports, the Istanbul-based club is targeting another high-profile signing to strengthen their squad for the remainder of the season. According to sports media set journalist Orazio Accomando, Fenerbahce's proposal would include a €5 million paid loan with a purchase option or potential obligation of €37 million, bringing the total package to €42 million. The club officials are closely monitoring negotiations and assessing timing for submissions of the bid. Analysts said securing Lookman would boost Fenerbahce's attacking options and signal their ambition in domestic and European competitions. Observers also note that the loan-to-buy structures are increasingly common in transfer market, allowing clubs to manage financial risks while securing key targets. The situation remains under close watch as January window progresses. That's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here's a quick recap of today's top stories. The federal government says Nigeria attracted $14 billion in combined foreign portfolio and foreign direct exchange investment in the first 9 months of 2025. Nigerian Customs Service Port Harcourt 2 Command Operations said they generate 731.2 billion naira in revenue, exceeding approved 2025 target. And Morocco is set to hold exports of frozen sardines from February 1st to protect local supplies and contain prices. United States and Venezuela seals deal to export $2 billion worth of Venezuelan oil to the United States aimed at diverting supplies from China. And in sports, Fenerbahce intensifies pursuit of Atalanta's forward Ademola Lookman, proposes €42 million as offer for the Nigerian national. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I'm Priya Krumale. Good afternoon to you.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
In April 1960, just months before Nigeria's independence, a 26-year-old ascended one of the most revered thrones in Yoruba land. His name, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona. His reign, almost 65 years. His legacy, a modernized crown, a globalized culture, and an unwavering voice for truth. Born 10th of May 1934 into the royal house of Anikinaya to Prince Rufai Adetono Adeleke and Ajibabi Adetono Ne Onashile, Sikiru Kayode Adetono's royal destiny was set early. He attended Baptist School, Eriko, in 1943, Ogbere United Primary School, and Ansarudin School, Ijebu-Ode, before enrolling at Oluiwa College, now Adeola Odutola College, from 1951 to 1956. He later worked briefly in the audit department of the Western region in Ibadan before leaving for the United Kingdoms in 1958 to study accountancy. But history had other plans. On the 2nd of April 1960, he was installed as the 58th Awujale of Ijebu land, taking the regnal name Ogbagba Agbotewole II. Young, confident, and stepping into leadership just as the new Nigeria was emerging, marking the beginning of one of the longest and the most consequential reigns in Nigeria's history. Despite his demanding role, Oba Adetono maintained close family ties. He was married and blessed with children, who were raised in the blend of royal tradition and modern education that defined his worldview. Known to be a devoted family man, he valued privacy in personal matters, but ensured his children had opportunities for education both within and outside Nigeria. Socially, he was at ease in multiple wards, equally comfortable in palace courts, university lecture halls, diplomatic gatherings, or informal community events. He cultivated friendships across business, politics, and academia, yet was deeply rooted in his hometown, often mingling with his people during festivals and communal projects. The coup that saved a king. But destiny tested him. In the early 1980s, a government commission of inquiry moved against him. Suspension and deposition loomed. The order was to take effect in early 1984. Then came 31st December 1983. A military coup swept away the civilian administration, and with it, the threat to his throne. The Awujale returned more respected, more resolute. Beyond royal ceremonies, Oba Adetono built a reputation as a monarch unafraid to challenge authority. He spoke plainly on governance, justice, and public accountability. In 2016, he institutionalized those ideas by endowing a 250 million naira professorial chair in governance at Olabisi Onabanjo University, OOU, the first of its kind by a Nigerian traditional ruler. It was a deliberate investment in shaping ethical leadership for generations to come. The Oju Dioba Festival long predicted his reign, but under Adetono, it became an international spectacle, a celebration of Ijebu identity, Yoruba elegance, interfaith harmony, and cultural soft power. It drew politicians, captains of industry, global tourists, and the diaspora to Ijebu-Ode each year, making it both a cultural statement and an economic engine. Adetono presided over a kingdom of religious plurality, Islam, Christianity, and traditional worship, often using his platform to advocate tolerance. Though a devout Muslim and president of the United Muslim Council, he regularly attended Christian events and encouraged interfaith harmony. And now, the final chapter. On 13th July 2025, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetono Ogbagba Agbotewole II passed away at the age of 91. He was buried according to Ijebu customs in solemn rites, shielded from public view. Attention now turns to succession and the weight of following one of Nigeria's longest-serving traditional rulers. Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona reigned across 3 Nigerias: the colonial twilight, the start of military rule, and the promises and failures of democracy. He proved that a throne could be modern without losing its roots, bold without losing its identity, and proud without closing its doors. His voice will echo in the university lectures he inspired, the festival he globalized, the cultural pride he nurtured, and in the personal values he instilled in his family. As Ijebuland turns the page, one question lingers: whether or not the next Awujale will match relevance with integrity and tradition with transformation, following the path of the past hero. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ Perspective.
Well, I would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him, being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry. Power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Herusadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere. And the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. It's not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that, okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chelle going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even those that are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Waneri, and there's Anokoli, there's Ndidi. You have both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at the point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes, because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians, it's neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports, you cannot do away with the politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All-Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all about this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer would be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons or the group of persons who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian League over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists that are practitioners there, not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that, the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it. And that's content, and you post it, and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abeta, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they're still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for the consumption of Nigerians, so they can make cheap money from telcos and from the brewing industry. They made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they will tell them, who will watch Nigerian league? I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. Some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here. We are where we are. So it's not far. when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can, if we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafor, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Balinde. And in fact, we had it, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse, that's what we, So I was born in that little place and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had it here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We did that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with Scholars Bus, which was virtually provided for free. When Scholars Bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalinde, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you that I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. And there was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, you know. So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokunbo, Okekpopo, you know. So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji, you know. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay? So those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. You know, we help out. Because, I mean, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, you know, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school. Some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers, and a lot of the time I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published, and I liked it. Okay, you open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafo, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafo. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, you know, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, you know, they would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what occurred to me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University. I studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at Jekirandu Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program, and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happen during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Lintas Advertising. When I walked into Lintas, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. Then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Lintas. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Lintas. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Lintas. And Lintas and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. So that was my life. From Lintas, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akodusi left AdMark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies, because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Lintas, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surrey, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking, and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, look, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no. He just wants to talk to you. So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, my name is this. I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, she, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks are operating. I've always been a customer of the banks in a very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me? Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. But I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, And I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then, okay? Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other, we knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you know, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right?